No, actually, here's the thing. The question that I have specifically for Daniel and Bruno. Do you guys ever put on your girls' sweatpants?
Yeah. As a joke to like get her to get super pissed off.
Yeah.
But it's like, then I realized like my quality of sweatpant life has been so shitty that I've got like the fucking like, it's got those big fucking balls of like cotton on the inside, just scratchy wool feeling. And hers are like
balls. Yeah.
the most amazing feeling.
Yeah.
Softness ever. And I'm like, what in the hell? This was a joke. And now I want to stay in them.
So well, let's get back into some D&D. Kyle Cameron.
To defeat the Huns.
Mm-hmm. So.
That's racist.
Let's see. Bruno, where did we last leave off? I'm kidding. So.
Fuck you, man.
Hey, just so you're aware, you can always find these sessions on YouTube. It's kind of weird.
I'm both kind of YouTube. They piss me off.
You can find them on TikTok.
Going against China.
He only does threads.
We got an Instagram.
I can't read.
Subreddit.
Okay, you got me there.
All right. Last time we left off. A little bit of pre-session talks. So we introduced Rabe last week. If we're lucky, we can introduce Fortis, or you might just be an audience member that's in game. That's fine. If that's the case, then I'll likely end up having you play an NPC, and you can also try to kill the other players. It'll be fun.
Yes.
That being said, I think we should probably all be able to agree on a point in time where, when you roll and you want to retcon, I think if we all feel like, it's been a little while, maybe not. But that's the thing, right? At a certain point, we got to be stuck with our actions. So, I think in chess, you know, when they say like, hey, if you take your hand off of the piece, you just ended your turn, right? That's a thing that's been said before. I think we'll do that. Any of your choices that you want to retcon before the end of your turn in a sort of initiative, a loose initiative or a combat initiative scenario, let's say before the next like turn of the person, of like the next NPC, PC, whatever, go for it and retcon it. Really want to just tighten your balls right up, make you guys really consider your options. Since we're all men here, tighten your balls, man. Yep. See, in the VOD you can't see it, but currently I can watch the strain on faces as they go. You guys all tighten up. That's perfect.
I tightened my cloaca. It was close enough.
Yeah, I mean same, right? Same.
One cloaca.
So, quick recap. You all, the dynamic duo of Fayte and Calamar, found themselves without the rest of their teammates. Freshly killed a couple of youngling adventurers. They executed Order 66. They got some judgmental looks from their chaperone, but nonetheless, he was okay with it. They began traveling to the place where they could make the potions to be able to negate the effects of Lord Nightvane. Lord Magus Dorthier Nightvane. About midway through their journey, they were ambushed by some interesting tribals, we'll call them. After being fairly well repelled, they survived the encounter. They found themselves at the entrance to a maze-like forestry where Fayte and Calamar navigated their way through. A series of very confusing, almost funhouse-ish puzzles and obstacles to get through, ultimately making their way to a cabin in the woods, where they came upon a very eccentric, we'll call him, person in the form of this raven person. Which, did he ever actually say his name? I don't think anybody ever actually introduced themselves.
No, Rabe did introduce himself.
Okay, I remember him saying Eridan many times, but I don't think
Fayte or Calamar ever did.
Perfect.
But I know for sure that Rabe did.
But they did name drop Timothy Baker.
Yeah.
And
they dropped that like hot butter.
Right, and that began the process of creating the potions, while Fayte stood guard outside. Unfortunately for all of them, except for, unfortunately for Calamar as well, they all obsessively did their duties and their jobs to the nth degree, as their nerves were frayed and at the ends of their ropes, and they, one by one, fell asleep, with Calamar being able to stay awake just long enough to where he thought that pulling the potion from the still would be, or was, the required result, before he also likewise flopped down and passed out. So, let's do some goals, because I know we're all getting ready for that, and we've been thinking about it this whole entire week. Calamar.
I'm not ready.
Okay. What about Rabe? Okay, so if you guys all did Radiant quests, you would always be ready.
That's true.
Fayte, Kyle, you ready?
Mine's changed.
Fucking sick. Wait, really? Wasn't your session goal to exchange for a potion?
No, my session goal was to gain a new ally. I still haven't gained a new ally yet.
Ah.
We're right there.
Yeah, we're on the cusp. He hasn't actually started adventuring with you yet, huh? I mean, there could be an argument to be made for gaining an ally, whereas Rabe did kind of inject himself into your adventure.
This is the one I'm not sure about. I did just do a short-term goal.
Which was?
Gain a level.
Which we already gave you credit for, didn't we?
No. I mean, you gave me a level, but we didn't complete the quest. We can go back, but
yeah. Okay, well, since we got that fucking taken care of, you got your short-term goal last week. That doesn't matter because that will never change anyways, right? As far as like whether or not it's gonna change or anything new, is there anything new this session from last session for Fayte?
So my long-term was to complete a quest. Okay. Have we completed a quest by turning those into Rabe?
You know, this time we'll say yes. Here's why. Because is it a quest just to turn them in? Was it a quest just to turn them in? Right? Did we all agree that it was just a quest to turn them in as part of one step in this other bigger quest, right? Was this a bullet point in the quest of kill Dorothy, or is this a side quest of get the potions, which is separate from the quest of kill Dorothy, right? Either way, let's consider this its own quest. Will give you that experience points, I suppose, from last session for this session.
That was my long term for level 13.
So don't change that. Don't change that tonight.
Okay.
Because maybe just put like an asterisk or something that you got it, or.
Well, if we want to get technical about it, right? You haven't received the potion. Calamar pulled the distilled solution. You have not actually received the potion yet. But it's very likely that this session you are going to receive the 5-part potion of anti-death breath extravaganza. Cool?
Yep.
Perfect. So that way you guys can gain another level tonight. Now, that's your long term. Your short term is Radiant. Your session goal was to gain an ally. Okay. So we got that out of the Fayte. Calamar.
For session, I want to copy a spell into spell book.
That would be wonderful.
And then for short term, I don't know if I should reword this, but get within a day's travel of Magnus's domain, meaning kind of like get closer before we like to kind of figure out our plan.
Gotcha.
You know, like the travel up until the getting to where we're actually going to do more of the plan when we can see more of what we can see.
Let me pick your brain on this. A day's travel could be different if you're riding a horse versus if you're walking.
True. I think maybe it's
if you want to get to the preparatory siege phase or whatever, then like let's get to the point where we're going to prepare like the next step in like, because you don't even know if it's going to be a full-scale invasion. Is it going to be like a thief in the night? You're going to fly and drop in?
Sneak in? Yeah. Are we going to just walk through the front gate with disguises?
I can only imagine that your next step is going to be wanting to prepare for like getting a game plan, making the plan, or something like that. Versus if you just wanted to get closer, like geographically closer to.
Well, I mean, I feel like I want geographically closer because from where we are to getting to where we need to be could be difficult, and like that's the chunk of space that I want to be in.
Okay, so you want to physically get closer to his thing within a day's travel.
Yeah.
I would probably reword that as just get closer to Magnus's domain, just because a day's
towards in the general direction.
Well, that way it's not too, because it could be ruled as well. Technically, you're a day and 3 hours away from his domain,
and part of this is we're haggling the semantics now instead of haggling the semantics when it was it completed or not. You know what I mean? So that's why trying to find the sandbox that we're gonna play in here is definitely necessary. If you want to physically be within a day's travel, okay, sure, you can set that to be within a day's travel.
Okay. Or it could be Radiant, get closer to Magnus's, whatever, and every 5-foot increment, I'll just complete a short term.
I mean,
exploits.
Make it your personal quest. So, but get yourself within a day's within a day's travel. That would be the way to do it. Let's see.
What would you call his dome? Is it like a domicile, lair, territory?
No, it's a passel. It's
Passel?
for sure it's a passel.
For sure a passel. Palace castle.
100%
guaranteed. In fact, I think he's the only one that has a passel
in this land. Yeah.
Oh yeah, in this region for sure. There's another passel that a previous character came from. Yeah.
Emiko made one, but
okay. You know what? That's enough of this. We have ran the fucking clock. It's been a year. Why are we still guys? Bruno.
Yes.
Have you figured Fortis's goals that he would have in his day-to-day life?
I don't see why I'm obligated to tell you that sort of private information.
Funny enough, you're not. So, Bruno will not be adding to the pile. So
In fact, we're gonna
the rest of you
on the
guys
server.
remember that when you're accomplishing all those goals and giving him that experience. No, I'm kidding.
Exactly. Okay.
Like, so
I mean, it could be as simple as meet the party or something like that.
I
too.
already have the goals.
ooh, that felt good. All right, let's fucking go. What is the goals of the Fortis tonight?
So session's gonna be ask about doppelgangers, see if anyone can give me any sort of information about any sort of gangery floating around.
Yeah, Gangiri, Gruyere cheese, perfect.
Short term is gonna be escape the dead woods. And then long term is kill someone named Vic. Maybe the Vic I'm
Oh
looking
my
for.
god!
Maybe not be someone that I'm looking for. It's like, what's
You
your
know
name,
what?
Vic?
I like the way you
Yeah,
think.
my friends call me Victor, but you can call me Vic.
Wasn't the fucking robot from Fallout New Vegas named Victor? All right. So,
Yeah.
that is the goals. Fuck, man, why do I feel like that? All right. So, anyways,
You
let's.
skipped me.
Oh, you. That's right, because you were not particularly. Mr. Rabe, have your goals changed since last session?
My short-term goal has changed because I completed my
Ooh.
short-term goal last session.
Which was
My session goal, not short-term. Sorry.
what was your short term?
My short-term was ensure that vengeance is begotten upon Nightbane, but my session was to make acquaintances with the party.
You know what? I like the way you think. I like the cut of your jib. You did. What is
But-
your new short term?
My new session goal is going to be try to become friendly with the newfound visitor.
Mm.
Because as I remember last session, I was not the most hospitable, nor was I treated hospitably by the party. I
Yeah,
don't know the
All of
word
those
for
things
it, but
make
yes.
sense.
Aggressive guys upset other people were aggressive when he was aggressive guy.
And also, we are all metagaming this. All right. So, you want to become friendly with these people who you are injecting your life into, their lives.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Okay. Is that it? Do you have a session? Or, I mean, a short
That
term?
was my session.
Besides
My session.
the
My short term is still the same because I haven't begotten my vengeance upon night. So
True. What
That's
about your
still-
long term?
my long term is get rid of the shadow. And then my personal goal is find a cure to bring Nysera back to full strength.
Fucking gorgeous. Okay, so let's take it down just a bit. Let's really group in. Everybody, come on. Everybody, huddle up. Everybody, come on, huddle up. Come on, guys. What we're gonna do is we're gonna receive the ball, and then we're gonna go right. No, we're gonna go left. No, we're gonna fake the fake. In fact, we're gonna find ourselves in a tavern. This tavern itself is kind of a rowdy scene. It's not really rowdy in the way that you would think, like an Old West saloon where there's people swinging from chandeliers, punching the pianist, like a bartender that just randomly smash. It's not like that. Instead, what you find is you find like this one human being with like a collar around their neck being led in by this shadow elf who has this like very fine scarification across her like her scalp, her bald scalp that is inlaid with this really almost like Celtic knot tattooery outlining this ridiculously ornate body art, we'll call it. She is scantily clad, wearing not much like besides pasties with like nipple chains attached to them, which attaches to the human slave that she has that's crawling in on a gimp suit, kind of like Channing Tatum in This Is the End. And you find that as she's wearing this like these like thigh-high black studded leather boots, walking with a brass-tipped cane, which you don't know is brass, it's metallic, right? And all of the fishnet, everything that is like BDSM goth that you can think of as she enters into this tavern, it's kind of rickety. It's well, by rickety, I mean it looks like it once was decadent and now has fallen into a slight type of ruin. Everything is candlelight, very Vampire the Masquerade. There's a lot of like old crushed leather. What we find ourselves at is this table. As we leave this person leading this other person in to this area, you find a place that's very much, like I said, vampire bar. All of the gotheries that you can think of. There's bloodletting. There's all forms of Discord notifications going off. There's like a table in this back corner of this really dimly lit area where you see this massive hulking figure sitting at the table with this little tiny cup cupped in his hands. And he takes a sip. And you see walking up to him is this squat little tiny form barely over the tabletop. As it looks to this man. And Fortis, in your ear, you hear, "Hey bud, what's new?" As your friend, your friend Hugo, the rock gnome, approaches. Beep, bert, beep, bert, and he's got like this really thin, wispy gold chain, and at the end of it is this really, really shitty looking, like it almost looks like a fake little ruby. As his walking stick is just like a military spade. But any good news yet today? You gonna go adventuring today or anything, or are we just gonna drink our sorrows away some more?
Well, considering I'm still drinking, yes, I think drinking is still part of the plan. By the way,
smell
when are
like
you gonna?
piss.
By the way, when the hell are you gonna get rid of all that tacky decorating on your face? If you're gonna pretend to look the part, at least have the shit look real.
So having dropped his disguise of being a human in a gimp suit, this rock gnome that is still collared, tethered to this other Shadarkai, Morgana, she looks and she goes, "Come on, what is that sound?" She says to Fortis. I mean, look, you could be depressed and pissed off and burning yourself with candle wax and giving me those come hither eyes as you always do. And where was I? Oh, or you could get off your ass and get some money.
But I love drinking, and it has been doing wonders for me.
Well, word on the street is that there's a pair of fellas who just rolled in, one of which is very well, what's the word? Endowed, who are tearing up the old spa house, if you will, and they say they're looking for adventurers.
Well.
They say the pay is a lifetime of whatever you want.
Booze. That doesn't sound too bad, unfortunately. I am not an adventurer. At best, I'm just a guy who cuts people up and protects the here and there now and then. But alas, that sound good.
Maybe you should try anyways. I mean, what's the worst that's gonna happen? You're gonna die? That's fine.
No, the worst thing that could happen is I run out of boobs.
Did you say boobs or booze?
Both. Definitely both. Fortis slowly starts getting up, kind of groggily, but slowly starts getting up.
Good boy. Well, here's a little extra for your troubles, as she slips you like a rolled up piece of paper. She goes, I just so happen to hear a rumor. A rumor about a certain name that you've been saying in your sleep. You know, right there next to that pile of puke on the table, where you call home.
I remember puking, so it could be anyone else's.
Right. Perhaps someone else shit your pants. Anyways,
Possibly true too, yes.
go to the spa house, ask them for some work, and then read that note, and who knows? You might just get what you're looking for. Or a grave, or both.
Or all three. Fine, bathhouse it is. Where the fuck is the bathhouse again?
When you get there, and you make it big, don't forget to come back.
Oh, why would I ever not want to come back? You won't be seeing me for the last time.
So, as you go to stand up, you kind of like put your hands on the table, you scoot the chair back as you go to stand up, and you see what she does. She takes out this tiny little dagger and she slices you across your arm.
Mhm.
And she goes, just one more thing of protection. She's going to produce a vial, and she's going to go, little keepsake. She's asking you effectively for permission to collect your blood.
Oh, my blood. I thought you wanted me to jizz in the vial or something. That would be a first.
No, I don't need anything so heavy duty.
Well, you said she cut across my arm, right?
Yeah, she like makes a little like
Yeah.
slice like around your forearm a little bit.
Oh, help yourself. I'm pretty sure I have plenty of that.
She collects like a vial full of the blood, licks up the rest, and goes, all right, puts a stopper on it, puts it in her like pasty, and is like, well, I can't say it's been a particularly enjoyable couple of months after you saved us from those fucking orcs, but thank you nonetheless. If you ever need an open ear and a warm bed, you know where to find us.
Do you at least have anything to cover up this wound? Because now it's definitely bleeding.
You're a big boy. And she turns and takes Hugo with her.
Big boy, but shit, it still kind of stings.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely got hit with a poison that is like making you just bleed. So do me a favor real quick. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. Here we go. And I rolled 40.
Good.
Hey, 15.
Wait.
You see that?
You're not in Foundry.
Oh, that's right. We're still using that. Give me a minute.
Still using that, you silly bitch. All right, hold on. Here, I'll send the invitation link if you need it.
Yep, I see it.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's right. Yep, let's do it.
All right. So, you rolled a 15 though?
Mhm.
Perfect. Okay. You know, you've been feeling real depressed for the last couple of months, ever since like you kind of got in here, right?
Mhm.
Looking down, like as you have not really like a purpose yet, but you definitely have a direction, right? You have a direction to travel in. And looking down at your arm as you're looking at it, you think you might notice a little bit of color returning back to your black and white skin. So that's a plus.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as Fortis leaves the tavern, wondering where the bathhouse is, we are going to leave him there, do that nice, sweet, wide pullback up to this gray, cloudy, overcast sky with this one ominous, fucking crescent moon, and then back down as we find ourselves descending back onto the cabin in the woods, where I need all three of the remaining of you guys to please make me Constitution saving throws. I know you guys already did once, but I don't like those, so I'm making you do it again. Meh. Uh-oh.
That one, baby.
Uh-oh.
I don't
Uh-oh.
think we have been granted inspiration.
Nope.
Weird. So, let me just destroy my spinal cord again real quick. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. Weird thing about it is it's kind of oddly fitting, right? Because Calamar, you're the only person that actually took a handful of that cloud and fucking ate it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is your first rest since that time, where you were like, let me just see what happens. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Before, so you've had the Shadow Curse once,
Mm-hmm.
and you got rid of it. Now you have the Shadow Curse again as you wake up, and you can feel that same sort of almost apathy, like, it's going to be a bummer day, but not so much to where, like, I don't want to, you're not so much, I want to stay in bed, but right, this is going to be a fucked kind of day. Gotcha.
Okay.
Wrong side of the bed. As you wake up and your entire skin is slightly more ashen than what it was before, you might need to moisturize. Fayte and Rabe. Rabe, hey, guess what? You don't feel so depressed when you wake up this morning. This is the first time in almost a year that you wake up and you're like, there is hope today. Not nearly enough, but a little bit of hope.
Whoa. Let's not go too far. I mean, I'm not depressed. Doesn't mean that there's happy days and the sun's out and I'm like, what's going on, guys? Tea and
Sorry, seasonal depression is setting in. It's
you
not
want some tea
general
and
depression.
bacon? I got some coffee on the brewer right
Tea
now.
and
Don't worry
bacon.
about it.
Those are the okay. So you wake up.
We're going to
and
go half English and half American, yeah. I think
you
that's
wake up
perfect.
looking around. You definitely feel better than you have in quite some time. Being a raven man, a bird man, it's kind of hard for you to know that you have alleviated yourself from one point of this shadow curse. But you wake up and Ray, you wake up on your big high-backed leather sofa or leather couch that's all kind of fuckered up, right? And Aridin is looking. He's standing over where Calamar is at, looking at your notes that were on the table, and he was like, "You left the recipes out. It's okay."
Well, Aridin, he was helping out. I mean, say what you will about the other, but this one tried to stay and help out. So
You told the other one to leave, to go stand guard.
Aridin,
You're
he was
not
being
being a good host.
he was being a grump, Aridin. Okay, listen,
Calamar, you're
was-
waking up to this rant.
he was being I don't want to say shitty spoil on mood, but that is the closest I can think so. I mean,
That is
He wasn't-
extreme and
wasn't
unfair, and you
being-
know it.
I mean, Aridin, look, Aridin, we have what? Corby come by once in a blue moon and say, oh, is there someone nearby, master? Well, he doesn't call me master, but you know, it'd be funny if he did. But either way, we get two new friends, and one of them wants to help out, and the other one is kind of standoffish. I'm not going to be hunky-dory and happy with everyone. I mean, if this was Cinder and he acted like that, I would treat him the same way you would too. This is not, we do not open our arms to
It's okay. Look, come down from the soapbox.
I'm
I
not.
don't understand. They need your help, and then you're here injecting life. It's okay. Look. Make peace. Perhaps he will not try to kill you. Or maybe he will. But he could have done something. You did not have to tell him to wait on front porch.
I don't think those were my exact words. I think he just wanted to go out and get a breath of fresh air.
Yes,
don't
a
remember.
breast of fresh airs.
Well, I mean, I would love a breath of fresh air. That would be amazing, yeah?
Calamar, you're
Just
waking up to this conversation.
Yeah, I'm
Just
doing that like that kind of like sleepy, like got one eye cracked open, and I'm kind of like scanning to like where he's
Mhm.
talking to, and then imagining, I wonder what this person looks like in his mind, and then I'm going back, and then, but I'm
Mhm.
pretending to be asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he looks, he's looking like directly over you. Like his eye line is like either he's looking at the wall like right overhead, or there's someone standing. You're looking up someone's skirt right now.
Yeah.
Effectively.
Question.
Yes.
Does my disguise self image, well, I guess I wouldn't know until I look at myself in the mirror, but if I start to rustle and I look at my hands, do my hands look gray
Your
as
hands.
Whimsy's hands?
So I believe that what we had said last week was that the intention was that it changes when you sleep, like, or the next day. Your physical alteration lasts until the next day.
Oh shit. So
I believe we said that last week in session.
okay, so the start of the day, there was a squid man on the floor.
So
that there wasn't used to be
roll
a
me a
squid man.
D100 real quick.
Okay. What a good question.
Calamar, I mean, Erden, it's time for some sushi, yeah? I think this will be.
Fuck, where is that table? There it is. Good.
All right. So here's the thing. You went to sleep on the floor pretty much right where the distillery is, right? You pulled the thing and went, oh, thank God, and then collapsed onto the floor. So it's already not like a really comfortable day, right? But luckily for you, your robes were so billowy and shit that you are effectively obscured, not entirely, but you're like doing this whole thing and you've got your hood up because of your thief sanctuary. So if Rabe was looking at you and not completely focused on talking to this invisible being, he would see purple and noseless and tentacle. But
Yeah,
currently,
tentacles sprawled out, and then as the conversation, he goes, sucks them back
and then as that started, you're doing the Davy Jones, like curling them back up. Just
yeah.
So currently, I'm just gonna say he flat out doesn't see you in your form.
Then I will do the disguise self and then go back into Whimsy.
All right. As Harmony or as Whimsy?
As Whimsy.
Okay. You sure?
And because no, it would have to be Harmony, because that's the brain that I ate.
The only reason why I even asked, are you sure, is because you have keen mind, and I didn't want to. Because yes, you turned into Harmony.
Right, Harmony. Yep.
So,
third question.
Yes.
Is in that time of where everyone fell asleep and it was just me overseeing the potion, did I see anything that was fragrantly open as far as recipes?
So
or
kind
did
of.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, he put his recipe book away. He has this book that also kind of acts well, regardless, you don't know what else it is, but when he did when it was the initial creation of this potion, you're laying down in the middle of this alchemical circle drawn in chalk on the floor with this table set up and all these little beakers and shit and flames and so on and so forth, right? He's got loose leaf notes sprawled all over the place. But those are kind of supplementary to the actual recipe itself.
Right. Okay.
Which, for the purposes of what we were doing, he was not showing you because
Yeah.
you need
they were
him
like
to know this.
they were like they wouldn't have made sense with the other without the other part. Okay.
Exactly.
So kind of like an eclectic like redundancy plan where like if I don't have if I can leave these out because the important bits in the book.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Because I was going to use the keen mind to like I know your secrets.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
So then I will so did I get a long rest or not currently? Because I think I
funny enough, you stayed
Yeah.
up until the morning. In fact, everybody stayed up until the wee hours of the morning. The most I can give you guys is a short rest because you guys did technically fall asleep.
Okay.
So
let me see. I don't think I have my
as you're going to do your short rest stuff, Rabe, you're going to do your short rest. Fayte, you go ahead and do your short rest stuff. As you're doing your transformation, like trying to be subtle about the transformation back into harmony underneath this like thing, while Rabe is having this conversation with Eridan, we're going to just pull out to outside. As Fayte in his like he was trying to do the Vegeta like lean up and stay awake, and he found himself slipping into his trance. As much as he was trying to stay awake, he found himself slipping into his trance like state. Fayte, you're having a pretty sweet memory of you just slaughtering younglings left and right, just all day long. And it's a memory because it's your trance. You don't have like weird dreams where it's like a what if situation. In your trance, it's always your reverie. It's always drawing on the memories of yourself or your ancestors, right? So you've got some crazy badass metal music going on. There's a bunch of halflings, we'll call them, as you're just mowing through them, big sweeping like slices of your greatsword. And then you go, oh wait, I'm in a dream, and then you come out, and you're like, you find yourself coming back to your peaceful, physical body. How you feeling?
He kind of looks around. Is anyone out there with him?
Nobody is outside with you. But
does,
you do hear the ranting of this bird person inside of the house.
He does the Devil May Cry 3 Virgil, where he puts his hand on his face and like goes to slick back his hair as he casts aside self again to turn him back to looking human.
And your shirt kind of follows you and blah, 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 it turns into water, does the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything turns to look just like a normal human, wearing just normal, I guess, mail or plate armor.
Okay. Sweet.
And then he would then go inside.
Cool. You open the door, and you see the form of Calamar shrouded in his own robes and shit. Rabe sitting on a chair across from this big open area, pointing and talking. Rabe, you're talking to Eridan as you see to your like kind of like catty corner to your left, your front door open up, and the human Fayte that you had previously seen enters.
You were out for a while. Did you catch anything good in the morning?
Catch anything? I looked around and there's not a living thing around for quite a ways besides that Minotaur.
Don't eat him. I hear Minotaur flesh is not good for the lower parts, your digestive. I was talking with my friend here about making some coffee. Yeah.
Your
How
friend
dark do you like your
being
coffee?
that figment that you keep discussing with.
Well, that was rude.
See, Eridan, I try to be nice. I offer coffee. I was going to ask how dark
Look.
does he like it,
No, it's
and
not
then
his
he
fault
calls
he
you a
can't see me.
figment.
He starts writing in a notebook.
Mentally to Ixnay on the crazy person, yay.
This is just
And
how
now he
potion
is
sellers are.
Eridan. Eridan, he is writing about surely the invisible man, Eridan.
It is rude to talk to people talk about people as if they're not standing right there. Come on.
It
have
is rude
better
to bite
manners.
right. Listen,
Stop
it is rude.
it.
Did you say invisible?
Maybe I did. Maybe he is all around us. Maybe he is
Coffee
behind
sounds
you.
nice.
Maybe he is right behind you right now. You better watch out. Do you feel a stab in your back?
Bruno,
It is just joking.
keep
Don't
an
worry.
ear for how Harmony sounds.
Okay. He's going to draw his greatsword after he says that.
Okay, so he says that there's an invisible guy, possibly all around. Fate
No,
draws
it
his
said
greatsword,
it's going to stab you in the back, is what he
Oh.
says.
and you draw your greatsword.
Well, let's not be silly, all right? It's first thing in the morning. We just need some coffee, something to eat. I'm exhausted. Looking over that recipe last night, I feel terrible. Can we just
Said there's invisible people with knives.
It was
I
a joke.
mean-
I said it was a joke. If Eridan, you would not stab them, right?
No, I would simply. What is word? Meat grinder. This is easy.
I like how because we're here, like we're waiting on the pause of response from
Yeah.
Rabe, so we're like, okay,
See, Eridan says he would not stab you.
do I believe him from what he says?
Do you?
I mean,
I'm gonna talk. You can talk back mentally to
yeah, I already.
Calamar, right?
He talks to you. You
initiated.
talk to him. Oh yeah, you created like the full mental link, right? So you guys can just. and
No, I
forth.
don't have that spell.
No. It's part of your. I thought that the race that you are has a actual mental link connection, but
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
My cool thing was I can change my form kind of willy nilly.
Sweet.
Okay. So if he does like a subtle gesture that I noticed to that
But I can't talk to you, Mount Fortis.
right.
Yeah,
You could-
you can't
you could think
initiate the
things.
telepathic conversation.
Yeah.
He has to initiate it, and then you can respond.
Right. So if you make a gesture like you did before.
Yeah. So I've always done this.
Okay. And then
You gonna do that?
oh wow.
So Fate, who's like this, like goes and pokes his
Bonk,
head.
bonk, bonk,
Well,
bonk.
yeah, tink, tink, tink.
He's gonna re-seize the sword after we get the potions. We're heading out of here. I don't trust him, and he's just gonna leave again.
Okay. So Fate turns around and walks out. All right. Does Fate shut the door behind him?
If it doesn't shut by itself, then yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a magical door.
What? Doors.
Oh, if it's set kind of at an angle.
Yeah.
No, it stays open. It was built well.
Yeah, he closes.
All right.
Dropping the hands. Sorry about him. He's just it's been a hard road. We've lost some companions and we're just a little on edge. And I don't think he slept well last night. So he might just be a little cranky.
Yeah.
But hey, look, yeah, I did the thing. I watched it. I took it off the heat. I think on the right time. I don't know. Do you want to take a look at it? I'm kind of a cook. If you show me where the kitchen is, I could whip something up or start
I
heating a pan
mean,
for you.
there's a wood fire stove right there. I have the coffee kettle on.
Oh,
Well,
perfect.
I haven't started the fire yet, but I mean, I like
I
mine
can
dark.
help you with
However,
that. Prestidigitation. All right. Nice. I know how to do magic.
Question.
Yeah.
Has Rabe seen magic in this world
Of course.
as of yet? Okay.
Yeah, you came right to this area, like not to this like immediate area, but you came straight to the Deadwoods, man. So
Yeah.
you've seen magic. In
You're a
fact,
walking, talking
you've
bird. How is that not magic?
you've probably only heard stories about how magic is basically dead outside of this area.
Yeah.
So I don't think we did a very good job introducing ourselves. My name's Calamar. I met up with Fayte about a week ago. We're kind of new to this. We got contracted, like I said, by the it's not the Black Veil. It's
Arcane Eye
Arcane Eye and
and the Black Veil.
oh, it is the Black Veil.
It's
Not
both
Dark
of them.
Both of them.
yeah.
So like we're kind of accomplished on our own, and then got into this kind of mercenary gig, which you could totally be a part of. Remember, that's part of the factor. I'm gonna have to. I need some time today to write a spell and then send a sending spell to get in contact with them to see if if it's okay. They might want to come here and meet you. Are you okay with that? One of them can teleport, so he might just show up. Is that cool? Is that gonna be a problem?
Eridan, do you think it is fine if we invite our friends? I mean, yeah, we'll call them friends. Why not? Do you think it is fine if their
Yeah,
friends come over? If the
friends.
friends of our friends come over?
I mean, are these not friends of the caravan driver, Timothy Baker? So
they
you
would be the
already have friends of friends of friends.
So they would be the friends of your friends.
Worst
Our
case
friend.
scenario, you can just call the devil again. Have him, get rid of them. It only costs you one more soul. Easy.
Oh, he still owes me like a shipment of bottles from last time. But yeah, yes, that's true.
You drank those. And the form of Eridan points over to a crate that is busted open with some dusty ass bottles and shit, like haphazardly thrown in. That was months ago. You need to get out.
We don't talk about that, Eridan. That was one time only. Just a fun time. Yeah, no, if your friends want to come over, Eridan and I think it is fun. So that is all good. Like I was going to say before your friend came in and then drew sword and then left very quickly too.
Yeah, if you're within 15 feet, you're fucked if he gets mad. So I just just be careful. Like I said, we've had a hard time out here.
He is not I forgot what Cinder was. Eridan, what was Cinder? Angel, it's the wings and everything, but still human face.
Yes.
He does not have wings, right?
Celestial
I
being.
Friend?
don't know.
He hasn't shown them to you, so right?
No, he's probably kept that secret if he's got them, but I don't think so. Been pretty upfront with me. Our families go way back, but
My life has been kind of crazy.
I mean, if he can't fly, then I will be fine. But is that all aside? I will bottle up the potion, and we can get on our way. And then you can make some coffee, maybe some food. You make it as dark as you want. I will drink whatever. Eridan, you never touch your coffee You never drink your coffee anyway. I always pour you a cup. You never drink it. I have to drink it.
I'm sorry.
And even then, I feel guilty, and I steal the sips.
If I'm being honest, I really am. I don't like coffee.
You're more of a tea person. I get it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So question. I am when I woke up this morning and kind of like gesture feeling a little gray. Would it be possible if maybe we could stay an additional day before we? Is there a half-life on the potions, or I think maybe we could just take a day of rest? We have not seen. We've only been to one area, and that was Gilmore's Ruins. That was pretty much hospitable for us to just kind of hang out. Maybe we could just kind of collect our bearings, get a hold of our purveyor, and if that's okay with you, this is,
Neither of you
your
have been to
sanctuary.
Pain. Neither of you have been to Pain yet, then.
No, I've heard great things about it though.
Some of them are weird. I mean,
Weird's
listen,
good sometimes.
I love a leather jacket. This is good. You post a hood up, it hides your face. It's very nice. But sometimes there's too much. I'm not a fan of the chains and the spikes. And, it loses its meaning, yeah. But there's also nice people that they should be, if accommodating to be right. But friendly face is never bad to have around when you go somewhere new. Besides, another place for you guys to introduce yourselves and not be
So are you saying that we should go there right now, or could we just chill for a day?
I am saying that we should make our way there. I mean, they have some nice they also have drinks too, so
drinks, good.
I do not have any more since the Minotaur and Corby like to, a bit too much, but is fine. I indulge sometimes too. So it would be good to get replenishments for the booze. Yeah.
Okay, well, so for me to do this spell, I can't do it today.
What do you mean?
Like my magical abilities have not come back to me since we've been on the road, and I've extinguished those.
Yeah.
Fighting for our lives. So to get in the crew to do the thing, I got to be able to message them. But I mean,
if you want to, you could take the morning off, and then I will go around with Corby. Groundskeeper things, walk outside, get a little bit of exercise. I'll make some breakfast and some coffee, and check on the Minotaur, make sure that he's not too boozed up for the job. I want him to protect the household after.
Right.
And then maybe your friend won't be so jumpy this time. That was Eridan. That was not very kind, but I try to be generous host. I even offered them coffee, and maybe he's a tea guy like Eridan.
They say that your people are not the funniest. Your sense of humor is unique.
I mean, yeah, but you're also not the best at torture, so you win some, you lose
have
some.
to go work on my spells.
Okay, you go work on that, Eridan. I will make breakfast. You want a bit of bacon or a lot of bacon? You want no bacon, right? You're not a bacon kind of guy. No tea, no bacon.
I have gone vegetarian since I've been here.
You eat the trees?
Fayte. Fayte. Cayete. Signore. Signor.
Yeah.
You walk outside. Sheathing your sword. What do you want to do? Do you want to do anything in particular, or are you just going to wait for the rest of the party to trounce out?
He's gonna go to more like a clearing.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna close his eyes while he's standing.
Okay. So outside of this particular cabin, it's 80 feet in every direction, and almost nearly a perfect circle is wide open. Almost as if it was made that way so that way you can see incoming people. So you've got all the clearing in the world that you need.
And this is just like a grassland or just dirt or trees or what?
Yeah, it's grasslands. You're up on a bit of a build-up hill, but it's all like everything obviously is in black and white, right?
Yeah.
And all of the trees are dead, but they're kind of like again, what was it? Mortal Kombat, Johnny Cage, scorpion like trees. You can see into them. Eventually, they obscure your vision too much, right? But you can see several points of entryway that are like wide and very obvious entryways back into this maze, like labyrinthine forestry.
With this dead forestry kind of thing, could I take my battle axe and possibly make like a long stick?
Sure. Yeah. What are you trying to make specifically? Just a long stick, or is there like an end to this?
Kind of like a bow staff, kind of like a spear kind of weapon.
Go ahead and make me a survival check, because you're going to be looking for something that's relatively sturdy, thick, and straight. Yeah. Yeah, there's a penis joke right. It's right on the tip.
Oh,
Okay. It's going to take you some time. You find several branches that like dead fallen branches that look, they're not the straightest. You could probably whittle them to be straight. Like you could probably, if you work at like a particular stick, you could probably get it to be more or less straight for what'll suit your means. You find probably about 5 or 6 different versions of what you're looking for, but nothing that really nails it on the head. But if you want, you can take one of these less than perfect or less than ideal versions and
He
start.
doesn't
trying to
plan
make
on using it as a weapon. It's more like a concept in his head right now.
Okay.
So he takes one of the, not as perfect.
Right.
He's gonna like use the axe to like carve a tip.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, being a weapons master for your house, like you can pretty well use just about damn near anything as a weapon itself. This very crude replica of a spear, this is almost like with like a short amount of time that you've like made a tip, you kind of shave it down, make it so that way you're taking off like a husk or bark of whatever this branch is, so on and so forth. You're trying to whittle it down. You get pretty damn close to making the Arnold Schwarzenegger Predator version of like what a spear would kind of look like.
He's gonna take that and go out to one of the many areas that are barren, and he's gonna take the axe and just kind of do the throw into the dirt.
Okay.
He's gonna stand there, close his eyes, and using the makeshift spear, with his eyes closed, he's gonna try to draw a perfect circle around himself, and let's say a 10-foot radius with him in the center.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So you're gonna start.
And he's gonna. I feel more coming back from the astral plane. As he's gonna kind of put his arms up, like kind of like give me the power.
Yeah, he's receiving the spirit bomb energy.
Yeah, like he's receiving his powers. And then he's gonna like start like using the staff or the spear, and like at first he's not gonna look like what he's doing at all, and then it's just gradually gonna go into like he's really good with it.
Okay.
And as he's doing that, he's trying to feel around that 10-foot radius around himself.
Okay. Nice.
So like if we're doing like this is all at once, but depending on how long I'm out here by myself, it's gonna turn to that, to possibly maybe grabbing some dead leaves and while he's in the center, to throw him up, and to using his surrounding awareness, try to hit the leaves before they hit the ground with the spear.
Nice. Yeah. As you're trying to sense your immediate surroundings and being able to attack these objects as they enter your range, right?
Yeah. It's like
Cool.
he's thinking of as he's getting these epiphanies from his astral plane, he's also thinking about invisible enemies and
Mhm.
trying to feel them.
Do me a favor. Roll me a D100.
Now remind me.
89.
Dumb.
What's that around the corner? Fuck. Well. Oh well. The
Can I use
leaves.
my inspiration?
Do you want to?
Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
You shouldn't have it.
I thought.
'Cause you used your inspiration to re-roll the Constitution saving throw.
Where's inspiration?
Should be right next to your death saving throws, I think. Yep.
It is next to.
It's
Death
under
saving throws,
it's
exhaustion,
underneath.
Oh,
inspiration.
you're right. I don't have it.
So you hit the leaves. You're doing what you're doing, right? And you, as you start to regain your blind sense, your blind sight.
Fine.
What? Oh,
Next, I'll be
wait.
changing
You're breaking up.
fighting style.
Gotcha. Okay, I got it. I see. I extrapolated because you went a little robot, but yeah, I get what you're saying. You're you were able to change your fighting style with the level up because it's the ASI level. Gotcha. Okay. Cool fucking beans. Fortis, smash cut.
Okay.
Dude, what did you fucking drink?
Man, at some point you just gotta stop asking what you're drinking and just chug it.
Holy shit, dude. I don't know if it was whatever you asked them to slip you, like while you were drinking. I don't know if it was that blade that she had fucking sliced you with. Do you feel like heavy as you're kind of stumbling around? You feel optimistic. You feel slightly more optimistic about your life, but you're like, whoa. This walk from the tavern that you're at, which of course is called Baldur's Bulge, naturally.
I love it.
It is like, dude, every fucking step is like, it takes twice the effort to lift a foot. How long were you fucking sitting at that table?
However long it took for me to just keep drinking.
Right. You feel like sandbags are attached to you, like the training ankles as you're knocking the dust off of the old fucking your
Brother, I
your
feel-
trick
I-
knee.
Brother, I feel like I got a 20-pound dick just right there ready
Yeah,
to
on each leg, on each hand, and you got a 20-pound dick on your fucking training vest. And you've got one on your headdress that you have that just like dangles and just hits you every step. So
whatever it takes to
You-
pleasure the ladies, you know?
you are making your way to the spa house, aptly named the Spa House. When you get there, it's one of the best sights that people can see in Pain because it's almost what we would know as neon lights that are magically induced across this sign that is in full color. The building itself, everybody around it, nah. But the actual lights themselves that ring out in cursive, the Spa House, are in like red, and then they like the spa is like blue, and then house is back to red. It's like underlined. It's super fucking bright. You get there and you just looking at it, you're like, this should bring back at least one good memory of you taking a bath in this place, like before when you like back when you had a lot more money from being a caravan like guy, right? You make your way up, and you notice for the first time since you've been here, there's a fucking like red carpet line. Like at the front, there's like a line of people at the front. You've never seen this before. It's like
Okay.
a velvet fucking robe, and there's like some big, huge fucking muscly it's like probably like a half giant looking dude. Giant, like huge, broad shouldered, all muscly, bald headed. He's gray. He looks to be wearing like this necklace with like a fucking a wolf's head like amulet resting on it. And he's just he's got this like almost like a pelt like skirt, almost like a kilt on. He's just fucking massive and mean.
Fuck is this guy? A Pellerman? Jeez, you're gonna tell me
He
he's
look-
oiled up?
He looks very much so like the ultimate bouncer.
God.
But he's at the head of it, and you see he's got this little clipboard that in his hands looks impossibly small. Are you gonna wait in line?
I'm going to. Okay, so first Fortis is grab his flask and just like take a sip and just do the.
You
Go
got
back.
3 uses left.
Go walk up towards the guy and you're like, here for a job. People in there need an adventurer, and that's exactly what I'm here for. Is it? Yeah, can I go in?
You think you're tough?
Yes, I do believe I am somewhat tough. I have killed.
How tough are you?
How tough am I? Okay. What was in that one? How tough am I? I had a bowl of nails this morning.
That's pretty tough.
Without
Come on
any
in.
milk.
All right, come on in.
So, okay.
You here for the
Works
job
out.
offer?
Yeah. Apparently some folks need adventurers.
Yeah, go to Hot
Works
Spring
out.
A.
Hot Spring A.
We're
Thank you,
looking
man.
for tribute.
Tribute? That's an
Yeah.
interesting.
You'll notice him. He's a blue tiefling.
Blue, and they come blue?
That's what I said too. But then he gave me a handful of platinum, told me to make sure to keep all the weaklings out.
Yeah, at that point, you fucking do what he says for that much platinum.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, here. And he hands you this little crumpled up piece of cloth. It's
Okay.
a dress code.
Why up to par?
You string out this little Speedo.
I really have to wear this.
He
Puts
handed
it
me
over
a
the armor.
handful. He handed me a handful of platinum.
Do I just strip anywhere, or is there a room for that? Because I'll strip right now if I have to.
You should probably do it right now if you have to.
Okay.
All right. So you put the Speedo on, doff all of your armor, head on in. Caluminated.
I asked him, like, can I keep the flask? And is it possible to refill here?
You'll be fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I go on in.
So you go on in, you go straight to Hot Spring A, and at Hot Spring A, when you open up the door, you see. Oh, I was gonna cut to the other people, but opening up this door, you just fucking like. Do you slam it open? Do you like ease it open? Do you check it for traps and shit like that? Like how or are you just like
So as Fortis is kind of walking through with wearing nothing but a Speedo, keep in mind at this point, like you said, he's kind of feeling good. He feels like he's doing that swagger walk, right?
right?
But probably
right.
because he's extremely fucking drunk,
Yeah,
he doesn't
naturally.
exactly look that way. So he's just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna walk through
A
that
little
door.
slap and pickle.
So I'm gonna attempt to just kind of like kick the door down softly.
Oh yeah, go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw.
30. Saving.
You gonna roll physical dice?
Well, you know what? Nah. I'll do the digital for now. I have not had any luck with the physical.
Don't forget Foundry.
Yep.
You're on
it right
Foundry.
now.
All right. Oh no. Oh
Wow.
no. Why did I look at our text chat?
Cheeky Jar Jar do. Yeah, Donald flunked you like that.
Dirt. I'm the best familiar. We're gonna build
Does.
a magic wall to keep the illegal elves out. And then we're gonna have them pay for it.
I was trying to find some
Nine.
make a token.
We're gonna make the
Alright,
Raven Queen
so-
pay for it.
Fortis, in his mind, is gonna Sparta kick this door open to really fucking show them. Instead, he does like this wind up like soccer shot, and he goes whoop, and he kicks the door. The door fucking like flies off of 2 of the 3 hinges, the one leaving it just ajar, and your foot goes way up, and you fucking slip as you get that forward momentum, and just into this fucking bathroom of you in a Speedo, 1 foot up, barefoot, of course, as you slide in, and all you're hearing is the most egregious moaning and just sounds of debauchery of this hot spring looking through like the extreme amounts of steam as it sort of like, just like any TV show or anime you've ever seen, it just sort of like clears away to show you like, well, an orgy is happening.
Okay.
People are just sort of intertwined with other bodies in this place, and you, like, as you're like laying on the ground, you kind of look over. First of all, you see this blue tiefling with these like sort of like ice blue fur kind of coming out of these massive horns, and he's sitting on what literally looks like a throne of people. And he is being serviced, we'll call it, by more than a few. And he's just head back like, this is the life. This is the life that I stepped away from, as he calls out. But to the side of you, sitting on a chair, looking very uncomfortable, you just hear, "Are you here for the job interview as well?"
Yeah.
Is this... It looks like a goblin, but his proportions are wrong. He looks like a human-sized goblin, wearing this almost like tactical vest, but like it was woven into robes, and he's got this amulet of like an eye, like on a pendant as he looks to you. He's like, "So, you looking for a job?"
Yeah, I'm looking for someone named Tribune. Tribunal? Yeah. something
Don't
like-
say his name so loud, you'll restart the orgy. And you just hear, "Who is it? Is it someone else coming to join? I've got at least an hour left in me." And he just goes, "Why don't we have a conversation outside? Unless you are party to these sorts of ruckuses."
Have you said what I'm wearing?
Apologies. He thought it would be funny to see who would actually dress up like that. You could have refused, but the doorman was told not to give you that option.
Yeah, also, it does help that I am amazingly drunk right now.
Oh, good. We have another winner. Let's go over your credentials outside, shall we?
Credentials outside. Go with the lead up.
He just sort of steps over you, just outside into the hallway as he awaits. And with that, we're gonna right back to Rabe and Calamar.
Calamar's putting on his armor, getting his things attached to his body, various pouches, and looks over to Rabe. I'm gonna step out and see where my friend went, and then we'll be back in for some breakfast in about an hour.
Yeah, I should have it done by then.
Okay. And again, sorry for, he's on edge. You just call him edgy. Like he's just a little edgy. So
Wait. Make sure he hasn't gone too far, because you both have your color, and that's not
well, losing more and
vibes.
more every day. Last night was rough on me.
You would notice he is
A little
like
bit paler.
significantly paler. Like the next shade, we'll call it. Like he has color, but it's dull
He's on the verge of death looking.
compared to how Eladrin usually look. You think?
Rabe is going to like grab by his desk like a bag and just like heft it up on the desk, open it up, and like maybe using like a potion vial, like scoop out like a black pigment. You and him both need to put, I don't care how, if you smother yourself in it to make yourself, you need to get rid of the color. It is, you will be eaten alive in these parts. It is, I have seen it happen. It is not
Yeah,
fun.
but the thing is, we don't want to get stuck here.
That's,
We have lives outside of this shadowed forest. We intend to leave, and we're actually planning on, going to one of the 9 hells or several of them to go
fun.
rescue.
That sounds amazing. But I'm not asking you to drink clouds and take a big whiff of the fog in the morning. No, I am telling you,
Yeah, who would do that?
you need to hide. You need to hide the color of your clothes, your skin.
So paint.
He like wiggles the vial. That is what this is for. That is how I keep my natural. Oh, I'm getting a bit pale on the sides. I should cover that up, but that's how I keep my wonderful sheen. Isn't that right, Tentative? Oh, wait, he's in studying. Never mind.
This is a silly question, but like you and your other avian companions,
Corvey.
yeah. How come you're like big and you have like actual wings? Are you like
So
the king of all birds?
Oh no. I would love to take that, but I also don't want to marry the Queen of Ravens, so I have heard some hunting scenes about her, so I would rather not take that chance. Also,
Rabe, you hear from upstairs. Watch it.
I hear she is a wonderful woman, yeah. Between you and me, I hear she is quite a bitch, so I do not try to mess with that. Either way, yeah, so, no. There is, this is going to take some time. I was planning on singing while cooking, but that's fine. So, either way, so Corby is what we used to call a kenku. He cannot fly. Like if I wanted to ruin my house, I could launch right now into the sky. Corby can jump and glide down, but he cannot fly in the air like I can.
Yeah, he did. His feathers weren't as pronounced and as plentiful as yours are. Beautiful, by the way.
Oh, you're making me a blush.
Okay, one last question I gotta ask. So I'm kind of new to the area, but have you ever heard about a mythical creature? It's a type of horse that bears gifts, but you can't look them in the mouth. Otherwise, you don't get any gifts. Have you heard of anything like that?
Eridan, have you heard of such a thing as a horse that gives you gifts, but you can't look at it in the mouth? Who the fuck would look at a horse in the mouth? What the fuck is it?
I don't know. I've heard people say it. I'm not familiar with the creature, and
if you find it, document it.
All right. The search continues.
Everything says that if you find it, you should document it. Try to take some, draw a picture. Your friend seems quite familiar with his diary book. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'll
but
see if
he
he's
seems-
seen anything. I'm gonna go sit with him for a little bit, check up on him, talk him down.
Yeah.
Then I'll probably spend some time and learn that spell and get in contact with our purveyors.
So, what would you guys like for breakfast? Just coffee or shot?
We've got a bunch of rations, so I mean I can throw those into the pot unless if you got anything fresh. We just used our
I love
last
it when
meat.
I
The
get
chicken
to
had
eat
gone
some-
bad. It was.
I
Oof,
love it when I get to eat some berries and figs all dried up. Makes me so delicious. No,
Yeah.
I will see if Corby has laid any eggs.
Oh, eggs sound great.
How do you like your eggs in the morning?
Oh,
I like mine with a kiss.
I
Oh
mean,
my
I like them
God.
just before they hatch. All right, see you soon.
Oh my god. Oh my
Maybe I-
god.
Maybe at like the mention of I like them right before they hatch, Rave just goes,
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? Hold on. Give me just a second.
Give
here.
him a little bit.
Okay.
Take a bow.
Oh
Okay.
shit! Now you broke him.
Dude,
"Boiled or fried,
when you
I'm
think-
satisfied."
he's literally talking about you know what?
Look
Okay.
a good person. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about fucking Rabe describing basically eating Kenku fetus, which sure, it's an egg, but also it's an egg of a sentient being,
Mhm.
which makes it so much worse. I had to make sure that you actually put evil, otherwise I was going to change it to evil.
Even
Um,
though it's a joke, that's a bit morbid for them.
Wow. No,
Very evil.
so all right, so Rabe is gonna begin cooking some bakey and eggies, I suppose. Roll
I
me a
think it would just be
D100.
bacon. I don't think it would
Just
be
roll me a
egg.
D100. Why not? Let's just find out. Let's just see. Who knows? Let's see what you have. Oh boy.
Show us what you got.
Okay.
Show me what you've got.
That's not bad.
Yeah, you've got a few. You've got mixed with some ration, like if you served the meat that you have, because you have cured salted meat in a little tiny box, right?
Oh, no,
If
I don't
you-
have a 50-pound barrel of
You
it.
don't have a barrel of salted meats.
Damn it.
Unfortunately,
I heard
Tomoe
some
left
got
with
lost.
it. She didn't
Yeah,
even
I
realize
heard
it.
they got lost somewhere
The same
around this
one.
area, but
Yeah.
Preserved that
Kind of.
well. Just
that was
mummified
also
fucking
like 100 and something years ago, so it might not be
Okay.
salted
it
anymore.
just looks like bark chips. So
Yeah.
so you
Steak jerky.
if you served it with like alongside of some rations, you would be able to feed the three of you guys for like a full day. You'd be fine. So
I'm just
I don't
gonna
know who
mark off
wants
my
to-
rations now.
Perfect.
Uh,
I
Can
no,
you
I don't.
drink
I don't think
water?
Ray would have taken any of yours. He probably would have used some of his own.
yeah, I'm totally using my own.
Cool.
Um,
I think he means that he would consume his own, so that way you wouldn't have to.
No,
You're
Rabe
just
is.
gonna-
I
you're
am
just
saying
gonna
as
mark yours off
Rabe,
anyways.
Rabe would be like, no, no, no.
Yeah. Yeah, Rabe wants to
cooking.
use his
Oh.
own, so Calamar
Yeah.
doesn't have to. That's
oh,
sorry.
okay.
Using the pronouns, yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't make sense because it's everybody's a he. So
I like
he's a
mine
dude.
with
She's a
cheese.
dude. Anyways,
We're all
Calamar,
dudes.
you are likely coming out like probably not quite the end, but probably close to the end of Fayte's training session as he's receiving his packet download, his hot fix update from the Astral Sea.
I would not interrupt him, but I would go to. I feel like so he's like in the woods or on the edge of the grassy knoll, or
He would likely be at the edge of the clearing where he found like where he was able to get his sticks and whatnot and grab some of the leaves and throw it up, because I don't think he wanted to actually enter into the labyrinth.
yeah.
Right. So he would be right at the edge of the trees.
Then seeing,
Because he wants a clearing.
yeah, seeing him there, I'd kind of like sit on the little slope that goes down, pull out my spell book, and new flavor text for how I summon my flump is that my spell book has a flump like embroidered on the front of it.
Okay.
And Calamar takes out his wand and like pulls out this 2D image of the flump as it pops
Nice.
into existence and like
It's a
floats
flump
around.
big head that you just turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that.
And then I summon my familiar and yeah,
Out of his own
very
butthole
much the
comes
opposite summoning. And then I just have them play like they're just kind of like the owl's
That's
doing flybys, trying to like attack, play, you know, and the flump is just
whipping out, trying to
eye stalks, looking in different directions. And then I take out my spell book, open it up, and then lay out the money, and then lay out my spell scroll of sending, the 150 gold. And I almost want to say like there's like a little side slot on my quill that I also summon that has like a tentacle like tip. And so as I'm holding the gold in one hand, the suction cups of the tentacle like are like absorbing the gold through me to make the ink to then start writing in my spell book sending.
So let me stop you there. I believe the gold value was of the cost of the vellum and the ink. Right?
Okay.
And one of the things that I've done since the beginning of the campaign, like of the
Because
whole
we
thing,
actually need the vellum and all the materials.
is if it's got a material, if it has a cost component, you have to have that component. I didn't want to do the gold transfer like we've done in times past.
Then there's no way I can learn the spell without going to a place.
Right.
Okay. Then I just start the process of potentially doing the legwork of familiarizing myself with it. I take the time now so that it's quicker later.
Over the scroll,
right?
Start like learning all the intricacies, getting familiar with all the arcane symbols and sigils and whatnot. You'll have that information in your head for the next 30 days, like pristine, no problem.
Okay. And then I think the last thing I do, since that wasn't gonna take like an hour and 30 minutes, because each spell level is an hour, but I do mine at half the time, so it'd be an hour
it's like
and
a tenth of the time. It's like, isn't it 6 minutes instead of 60 minutes?
Oh, I thought it was just half, but the same material. Either way, it doesn't matter right now. But then I would try and find a stone nearby the where we currently are.
Oh yeah, this isn't like a perfectly manicured fucking lot or anything. You can just pick up, like right next to you is probably a stone, like a river rock looking stone.
Cool. I'll pick that up, plop it into the bag of holding after I kind of etch in some familiarizing archaic,
Yeah. If you wanted to add that, because I think you were gonna make a list on your journal in Foundry about all the places. You could just call it like Rabe's house or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Anything like that.
Sweet. And then I think that's all I got. Well, he finishes his stuff.
So, let's shuffle it just a bit. You pick up the stone after you do the whole thing with the flump and what was his name?
Flumpkin. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like Blumpkin.
Was the owl's name? Owlin. That's right. It was Owlin. So you're doing that whole thing. You grab the stone, you do that, and then you get ready. And you're like, oh fuck, I have money. I need material. I need to trade the money for the material, son of a bitch. And that's at the last big sweeping tick, 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 as Fayte collects all of the leaves pop, 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 on the end of his spear, completing his ritual.
You aren't acting the way I thought you would if there's an invisible assassin possibly around us.
There would have been an attack when we were sleeping. I believe that one suffers from several problems.
Sorry.
You think it's because he's been here too long?
Yeah, that could be it. He speaks of his old companions. Maybe he has some trauma. It's hard to say it right now. If it would make you feel better, I can cast a spell to reveal any hidden entities, but I do think that it is quite unnecessary.
I actually would appreciate that. There's
All
many
right.
things about this plane that I don't know. I do not feel comfortable thinking there's an invisible assassin around me.
I have requested us to stay an additional day. I have not regained my powers. How do you feel about that?
I feel that you need your powers and have any hope of defeating that worm.
Yes.
I
I
myself need to recollect over learning that.
what?
I
Huh?
need to recollect on training I have remembered.
Training that you have remembered. I could delve deeper into your mind to see if I can show that to you. Might be painful, but
Forcing it really helps.
yeah.
These things are gradual.
Well, what were you doing with the stick?
Training.
Oh, that's what that was.
I think it
I've-
would benefit a lot down here with how much more of a frontline fighter it seems I must become as we keep losing. Also, I don't know if they're gonna come back.
Who? Cilia and Tomoe Tom Tomato Boy.
Yes, they seem to have left, and I also don't know how they would know to find us here.
Ah, that's a good point.
So, with them gone,
I mean,
and just you and me, it seems that, well, you're very pokeable.
As he
In
thrusts
order-
his spear into your guy. See, I told you.
So I need
Shield.
weapons that can help defend us.
so you're looking
the
for
length-
a long stick to
Yes,
defend
I
us.
need a longer weapon.
Okay, I'll keep my eye out. There is another
This-
problem. Remember that sentient weapon that we put in my bag of holding?
Yes.
I can't get it out. I'm scared to put my hand in there to grab it, because if I do, it'll just shoot me away from my own bag.
Then I
We
think we
need
should
one
leave it
worthy
there.
enough to pull it free, and then we can sell it for vellum and ink.
Yes, I think we also need to sell this axe, though. The more I use it, I think I feel more and more anger.
That is not good in this place.
Yes, it is not.
I cannot calm emotions, but I can touch your back in short successions.
Oh. Okay. Well, hopefully we won't have to do that.
Yes. Well, breakfast is being prepared.
I don't trust breakfast from him. I will eat my rations.
I have peered into his mind, and he does not seem to be hostile to us, but very wary as he should be in this place.
As we to him.
I have just enough capability to defend myself. I will let him know that you will not be joining us this morning.
Hey, you guys. Hey,
What's that?
you guys look over to the right at the wood's end, not at the border of where they end. A couple of trees back, you just see this sort of scrawnier, almost silhouette. Kyle, you want to mute your mic? This almost like the scrawnier silhouette of a person, vaguely person shaped, with these spindly, really long fingers, almost like salad fingers, kind of looking out and around this bald, oddly oblong face. Hey, what are you guys doing?
Can I do one thing? Is that I would have been communicating with him mentally.
Okay, sure.
I'm gonna try and get into the routine of doing 2 different voices each session. If I do the Calamar voice, that's mentally. Okay.
Okay.
Hi. What long fingers you have?
Sometimes you get an itch and you just gotta scratch it,
That sounds handy.
Oh, I see what you did. You guys look new.
Are you with the large bird?
Oh, the master? Yeah, I'm with him.
Oh, good. I think breakfast is gonna be served soon.
Oh,
You
what are we having
hungry?
for breakfast?
Someone's eggs.
I hope it's that fucking Corby.
Yeah,
He makes me
I
so
think it's
mad.
him.
He's so hard to catch.
Oh, yeah. I haven't tried yet, but I believe you.
Hey, my eyes aren't so good. Can you guys get a little closer?
I'm good. I'm gonna stay right here. Fayte's really good at getting closer, though.
Your
Take
name's
a step back.
Fayte? As he looks to the human disguised Fayte.
Yes.
Oh. Hi, Fayte.
Are you a human?
Me? No, I'm not a human. You're a human, though. Kind of. You look human.
Is he also all gray? No color, I mean.
What you can see is gray. Yeah. What you're seeing, looking around this tree with, again, these fingers that kind of wrap around the front of this tree, the face itself looks rather featureless, but it also looks slightly obscured. It almost looks as if something is always casting a shadow on the front of it, besides these yellow, almost halo looking eyes that have a sort of a glow. But everything else just looks like smooth, almost formless sort of look to it.
Are you from this realm? It's plain.
What are those? What's a realm or a plane? You use big words. You're smart.
Are you a demon?
Ew, no.
Are you a devil?
No, although I was created by one.
What would you say you are?
I am me. One of the many protectors of this estate.
Like the Minotaur.
Oh, well, he's not really a Minotaur anymore. Sir Scary Potter, as he likes to be called. is well, he's a little grumpy.
Yes, he looks built for strength, but you look more
You've seen him
built for speed.
and survived?
Yes.
Wow. You must be powerful. So then you already know.
What would that be?
Oh, well, I don't want to ruin the surprise. But me, I'm not particularly fast.
You say you're clever.
I mean, I think I am.
Why are you hiding behind that tree?
Because I don't want to get too close to the edge of the forest. It's not my area to be in.
Interesting. As he finishes saying interesting, a gray image of himself walks out from him
Ooh.
as he casts Echo.
And now I'm gonna start detecting thoughts on him. Not
Okay.
delving deeper, just
Like,
surface level to see if
What's
he's
the
like, "Come on,
range
get
on
closer."
that?
Ooh, that's a good question.
And then when he walks out 5 feet,
30 feet.
no,
You're with him.
He's gonna walk out 5 feet from me.
Yeah.
And then my eyes are gonna turn white
Mm-hmm.
as the Echo kind of blinks and then kind of moves around, like it's
Getting used to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of
and
fitting into the suit.
then he's just gonna walk straight towards him.
Okay.
Henry Cavill reloads his arms.
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
he's not holding any weapons or anything. He's just walking.
That is interesting. So you cast Detect Thoughts,
Yes.
Calamar?
Yes.
You don't get anything. Like literally you get nothing. It's actually kind of like the absence of like sapience.
I immediately. He does not have a mind of his own, or I can't read anything from him. We should be wary. Maybe we should retreat back to the house.
So you're gonna
Oh, this is interesting. He's speaking into my mind, but I'm blind and deaf, but I should be able to hear him because he's speaking my mind, right?
correct.
Okay.
Just extra echoey because it's like reverb.
Yeah.
Okay. So I hear that.
Yep.
But the echo. What the echo was gonna do is go out to him and look behind the tree. He wants to see his full body.
Okay. So we'll say he's about 30 feet away from you, right? So you've got about like right around 15 feet or so into the trees. Once you get to about 20 feet out, he steps from around and he's like, "What are you?" And you guys would see again, this being looks as if there's a shadow in front of them. You can almost see like an outline of what would be considered light, which is just gray, smooth, but the front of them looks like there's a light shining behind them and the front of them is shaded. But as he steps out, you notice his arms are like really long. Like his arms, if he wasn't doing this, his arms would be dragging on the floor.
Does he look like he could be easily camouflaged with the shadowy shit?
That's a good point. Make me a survival check. Yeah, you could say not like you would not be able to tell whether or not he has any sort of like active camo, but because he is this shade of gray, he very likely could have an easier time blending in to the surroundings given the right, like, not too bright, as long as there's like a nice neutral texture, it's some way you could tell that there is a place for this particular being to blend in pretty well.
I can't talk, so he's going to reply to Calamar.
Fayte. Oh, in head.
Yeah. Do you think this might be Eldrin? No. Who that alchemist has been talking to?
Eridan?
Yes.
I am not sure.
And the echo was just kind of like, it can't talk,
Right.
but it's just studying him. So it's just kind of rudely, trying to see how long its arms are, trying to like look behind him, see any weapons.
How
How
close
vicious his
would
nails
you
look.
get to the actual being?
At first it'd be like 10 feet, and he wouldn't
Okay.
go close to there for now.
I'm gonna like kind of snap the corner of my my cloak, and I'm gonna cast resistance on myself.
Okay. All right. So, you get within 10 feet, and you see this thing reaches out that 10 feet to just poke at the echo.
Yeah, he wouldn't feel, neither of them would feel that.
He would see it happening. I didn't know if you wanted to do anything as you see
Oh.
him just reaching. This like sort of round, stubby, there's no claw, but there's
Yeah.
this like round, stubby finger. Like, not stubby, it's rounded, like blunted at the end. Is it like,
Megan Fox thumbs.
yeah, it's a solid, like each digit is a solid like 2 feet.
Then
As it just-
he would dodge it,
He would dodge it. He just goes, oh,
and from there he'd do like try to do a 10-foot like circle around him to like get to take them all in.
right. So as you go to do that, and he goes, he reaches, you kind of, and he's like, oh, and he looks back over you through your echo's eyes, see him kind of look back over to you, and he looks back, and I'm gonna make a roll here. He looks back. He looks to you. Oh, I get it. And he points to the echo, but he's looking at Fayte. And Calamar, you swear he's talking to you.
Hmm.
He's this and that. I see.
Do I notice anything else about his physical form as I'm circling him?
Everything about him looks emaciated. He's not wearing clothes, but you also notice that he doesn't have any actual genitalia. There's
And
no
he's
butt.
very lanky.
He's very thin, wispy. There's no real definition. There's no muscle definition. There's not like bones sticking out in areas. He just looks like soft and
Like my
pliable.
body.
Ever seen anything like him?
You can make me a history check.
I was imagining his torso is gonna be like the fucking cat from
With the long cat.
yeah, the long like his body's going around a different tree. You know what I mean? Like he's like an anglerfish prop. You know what I mean?
I got you. He's just yeah, right.
I'm thinking more of that Indian thing.
Oh, the
I mean, native.
skin crawler
Oh,
or
like a Wendigo.
skinwalker.
Wendigo. I'm thinking of Wendigo.
Wendigo.
Like the not the deer-headed Wendigo,
Wendigo
but
from
the
like
but the,
Eldar.
yeah.
Well, the historical one. They're emaciated. They're
Right.
lanky as fuck.
Yeah.
Because they're always hungry.
As you kind of
They're
like, as he's not paying attention to the echo, looking at Fayte, he goes, and he looks to you, or he looks to Fayte, talks to Calamar, goes, he is him. I wonder then. And Fate, as best you could tell, the only thing that that you have encountered, possibly, and this is a big possibly because these things don't necessarily exist on the astral plane, but I could see people importing them, would maybe be a doppelganger. But the proportions are all wrong, because doppelgangers, generally speaking, have very human proportions, regular sized digits. They have muscle definition. They simply are a gray ooze, basically, that can change form into humans or otherwise. And he goes, I wonder if I... And he's going to attempt to slap back.
Would it be an attack or just to touch him?
It's going to be just to touch you. But he's going to make a dexterity check. Would you like to try to dodge it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw versus his dexterity check. Yeah. Sec here. That's that. Okay. So he ends up, and I believe that because he just tried to grab onto you as a part of his touch, you wouldn't know that, so you can't really play off of that information. You wouldn't know that he could potentially grab you off of a touch, but he could just pass right through you, right? Not dealing any damage. You see the echo fade, and he kind of... What the weird part is that his body was still facing forward, and it almost looked as if his arms elastified and just and made contact with you, which is why you weren't able to dodge it. You weren't actually see it coming because he just... He goes, oh, implications?
He walks out from behind him and then starts walking back towards Fate.
Okay.
And as soon as he was in 30 feet, Fate's eyes would regain focus.
Welcome back.
But to him, he still sees the echo still there. The echo just stops and then turns around and stares at him.
Like I said, he's been looking directly at Fate like this whole time.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
You would just see Fate's eyes stop being white.
Right. And he just... Oh. That's nice.
He's gonna turn to Calamar.
Calamar, huh?
Calamar. Huh.
He has a headache.
Does your head hurt? Mentally to you.
That means to talk to me so I can reply back.
Oh, yes. I'll remember.
This thing seems to resemble a doppelganger.
Because I didn't already.
But it's not. I've never seen anything like this. But the only thing I have is that it looks sort of like a doppelganger. But it hasn't taken our shape. But
I believe the best course of this is to retreat back to the house and ask our sanctuary holders information what he knows.
It doesn't seem to be able to cross the tree line, or at least doesn't want to.
Yes?
And it said it's a protector.
It could be lying.
Could be. But the alchemist can be lying as well.
True.
I'll keep an eye on it.
I'll go ask our friend. But before I do something to help, I'm actually not sure how long it'll last. It'll last a minute, but I'll cast resistance on Fayte.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a
What does it look like
like-
when you cast resistance on Fayte?
so the material components is a miniature cloak. So that's why I flavored like just
Yeah,
popping
you-
my collar, you know. So
Popping
I'll
my
kind
collar.
of kind of pop his collar, you know, like kind of like
Oh, you, like
put-
you're fixing his.
kind of no, like I pull like an edge of it where it kind of like straightens, and then like that straightness like kind of moves around throughout it and like
I
I don't
like
know,
it.
tidies it up.
Yeah. Yeah. yeah.
And then he'll say, well, like I said, I don't think it's gonna cross the threshold of the forest part,
Redundancy.
Right. But I hope he does, so I can take its head. As
Yes.
he kind of looks
Could be
confused.
edible.
He looks confused, and then realizes his hand's grabbing the hilt of the axe as he kind of slowly lets it go. That's interesting. As he kind of walks away.
As
I'm gonna go
Calamar-
get some food for our new friend, and I'm gonna start
as you
backing
as
up.
you walk away, you would see this being like, could you tell the master? It's been some time since we ate. We're feeling a bit
Absolutely.
peckish.
Will do. Yep. Right. I'll do it right now.
Thanks. And you see this
Up the
like
hill.
this long hand, like the fingers look like they have like several extra digits as they just like.
Ugh.
And so as you run back up the hill, he looks to Fayte and he goes, "He seems nice."
So Fayte's just gonna get back into a circle and keep practicing, but the echo is just staring straight at him.
Okay. So as you begin practicing, right, he's just gonna be calling out, and the first thing he's gonna do is, so you can't see through it or control it until you're in it? Bizarre. Fortis. You're standing outside of an orgy in a bathhouse that
As
seems oddly clean. Oddly clean. Like this place looks like not like everywhere else. Everywhere else looks like dilapidated to a certain extent. It looks like people have ramshackle trying to put things together in in pain, right? This place looks actually cleaned up.
Hold on a second. Like, it's clean, but the smell,
Oh,
the smell-
currently the smells that you're smelling are not clean. They're very bad smells.
Yeah.
Right?
But it looks like the floor hasn't been touched. It's clean. It's immaculate.
Yeah. As you exit, like you finally got up, came out, the goblin looking fella in front closes the door, and all of the sounds of the debauchery immediately go away, like dampened completely. All right. Forgive me, as he like wipes off condensation from all the steam. It's been a rough couple of days.
I can imagine. Can't even hear the sound of happy screams.
Right. Well, we were in town and were wondering about some adventurers from what is probably the only city that is actually a city in this place. Somehow, I can only imagine someone told you about it, and based off of your smell, you are quite rough around the edges. Based off of your entrance, you also lack a certain... I don't know what, but something. Why would you want to be an adventurer with us as your benefactor? As you can see outside, or inside, rather, we have the means and the funds to provide you with many things. What makes you a candidate?
I'm not an adventurer at all. I simply respond to a job. They pay me the money, they give me the booze, and I do what they do. I could really give a rat's ass about anything else. And I'm the best that there is at what I do.
And what you do is not give a shit. Well,
That
let
and
me
do whatever the fuck you want me to do. But yes.
see that we can use. Someone who is in need of something. But, about your particular skills, I'm feeling a bit of an impression off of you currently. It feels rather necromantic in origin. What is it exactly that you are, if you had to classify yourself? What do you do?
Well, quite simply, I wield a very large blade, and I lop off heads. And yes, I do have a certain necromantic power left over from things I used to do in the past. Without getting too much into it, I was once a paladin. As you can see, not exactly that anymore.
Hard times, I understand. Do you know what happens to a paladin when they die? After they've broken their oath?
Oh, I still remember all that, as much as I don't want to.
Really? How did you escape the Death Knight's curse? What in the fuck was that sound?
That's
Holy
the sound.
shit.
Sorry, I had
It
beans.
must be the
this morning.
orgasms.
Double overhead
Sorry,
cam.
I had extra beanie beer today. Oops.
Jesus. Fuck is beanie beer?
Do you know of the Death Knight's curse?
And I would know the Death Knight's curse, right?
Have you ever fought a Death Knight before?
Ooh, okay.
If you haven't, because you haven't, then go ahead and roll me either a religion or an arcana check.
Religion or arcana?
You see, here's the thing. As you're making this. You don't strike me as an undead. Instead, you seem very much alive. You've never fucking heard of any of that in your entire life. What the fuck is a Death Knight? Like, what even is life? And he looks, he recognizes the disbelief, or like the, you know what I mean? He recognizes you not knowing and goes, "You have not truly died."
Funny, it felt like death or something close to it. It was a long time ago. As you
Or
can
something.
see, still alive. Definitely alive
Correct.
now.
If you were to have broken your oath and then died, you would have come back a mindless slave. One who wielded great power. Instead, you have squandered the second chance you've been given. So, what is it that you seek? Maybe we can work out a bargain.
At the moment, I just need money to buy this.
Right. And when you get that money, and you see, he goes, and you, in his hand, just this big, huge sack that jingles with coin. Like a fucking massive, like a cartoonishly larger than his hand.
Yeah.
If you were to get this gold, then what?
I take it, I do the job, I drink, you pay me more, I do the next job, and I keep drinking. I no longer serve the fucking gods and their mindless tasks. Bullshit.
Perfect. A chip on your shoulder. Well, I'll tell you this much, and you see the sack of gold just evaporates.
I hope it doesn't do that after you bring me.
As fast as it comes, it goes, my friend. But we have a few more interviewees, as you can tell, and he nods out the door. Perhaps someone with your scent of desperation might just make the cut. Are you sure there's nothing else in this world that you want more than just the next paycheck?
I thought I knew what I wanted. I was a fucking kid. Gave me some hope that I could actually be what I was, but it didn't exactly turn out very well. So now,
Right.
I don't
That's
give a
all
shit.
fine and good. But I must warn you, I don't really care. I just wanted to see if there was a reason for you to backstab me.
As long as you don't backstab me, I have no fucking reason to backstab you.
Well, we have a few more people going through the process. Let's put it this way. As long as your goals don't change, then my coin will flow. You're not hired yet, but I'll let you know. What is your name?
Fortis.
Are you a peasant? Most paladins are likely to come from some sort of nobility or someone who is higher up in the status. Do you have a family name?
Warden Shield.
And with that, he pulls out a little rock, and you see he literally clicks a button that looks like it is part of this rock, and you hear Fortis, Warden Shield, as he's like, perfect. Now I'll be able to remember you and reach you. Thank you. Would you care to enter the orgy while you wait to see if you've made the cut or not?
Sure, got nothing else better to do besides drink, and I figured I could drink in there if I wanted to.
I wouldn't recommend the bathwater, but c'est la vie. As he opens the door back up, and you hear what was moaning is now blood-curdling screaming. And you're hearing just, oh my God, and you would hear, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Can I just close the door and say, nope?
Yeah, well, if it wasn't open already, you wouldn't hear the siren's call.
Wrong one, ignore that.
Remember, Foundry.
Yep, doing it right now.
Boy,
Oh, God.
That's not good. That's really not good. Okay. Well, let's read what happens out loud. I'm sure this is going to go well. This is going to be just the best. All right, here. Let's see. Hiya, and where did it? Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay. Hiya. Well, my boy, I gotta ask you. You rolled a what now? A 6? Uh-oh. Bosquetios.
Can I just get an advancement on my inspiration and use that?
You would think, but you'd be wrong.
Can I just get a loan on my inspiration and pay it back on payday?
Yeah, right?
Why is it still not there?
This is not the right thing. Sorry. Not a siren. I'm sorry.
I gotta tell you,
It's
I
a
have to-
banshee.
I gotta try it. Trying this new churro flavor. It's not that bad.
Okay, so you're gonna take 3d6 psychic damage. As the whale feature is used. Oh yeah, you're gonna take 13 points of psychic damage. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't. You actually dropped to 0 hit points. So,
Fuck.
Fortis, you open the door and you see in front of you, facing away from you, is this incorporeal creature going, "Meow," and you see literally heads are exploding as people are just going, "Oh," and just before you lose consciousness, you see this almost the Kingsman, like the finale of the Kingsman, just this boom, 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 this explosion of blood, and you go, huh, and you see your nose bleed, and you fucking pass out just as you hear, what the fuck? So,
Do I also hear the Bee Gees song, as that's going on?
probably.
Cause it
Calamar.
must be the night fever. We know
Calamar.
how to do it.
You approach the house hearing that canon now. Rabe is singing that song while he's making breakfast.
Bad on both fronts. Brave this one. Going. There's a guy with long fingers. He's very spooky. Said he wants to talk to you. He's hungry. I told him there's eggs. Fayte's holding him off for now, but we should go quick. Am I being heard by Rabe? Am I being heard at all? Am I real?
Is this the real life? What? Jim,
I feel like he
would
pulled it up.
would that recognition mean anything to
Make me a
Rabe?
history check. That's why I didn't answer you directly.
Got it. You want me to roll? I
Look,
see.
here's the thing. In the contract that you
It's one of the
signed
things
with
my
the
skill
devil,
monkey's not good
there was a shitload of fine text. One of the things being the obstacles and the protection that you have in your estate around your house. This could be like one of like 4 or 5 people. The collection of these people is what's called the Spirit of the Labyrinth. It's under big bold letters in your contract, Spirit of the Labyrinth. This could be Banjo Bill. This could be Caltrop Cam. This could be DeMarcus. This could be this could be Guitar Gilly String Giles. Well, it's supposed to be
That's gotta be
Giles,
him.
but we're gonna call it Giles, right?
Yeah. Or
Or
it could be Bob.
no, it could be Bob the Bucket, also known as Sir Robert Buckington.
I love these names.
Around here, we just call him Bob. He's
bucket.
nice. Yeah, Bob the bucket. Can we put it in a bucket? Yes, we can.
So those are the people that it could be.
And what did you do? Where were you guys at?
Near the edge of your realm. Like near your little, just on a little grassy knoll. Sat down for a little break, talking to Fayte, and yeah, then this guy showed up. We should really get going, because he wants to talk to you. I don't have much longer for the spell I cast on him, so I'm gonna go turn the heat off. Prestidigitation, kill the fire. Meet you out there.
Breakfast was ready, and he just left it.
Oh.
He killed the flame. You had already plated it
Lights in
all
the
up,
room.
and he fucking killed that fire, turned around and ran. So you got a plate of sizzling bacon, and 3 neatly packaged rations that you
Ration
could have done
meals.
up like a
Yeah.
charcuterie.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
sitting on the alchemist table. that
I've
you
used
cleared off.
the bacon grease to like almost like, I don't want to say deep fry, but like
Hardtack. Yeah.
crisp up and make it like
He took the nuts
Give
and he
a bit
made
of-
bacon brittle.
Bacon brittle.
my favorite.
You
Actually,
snap it
doesn't sound
off.
too bad. Like a biscuit fried and
Yeah.
Rabe will just bring out like, I'm imagining that Rabe has like a separate sack that's just like his rations, and he
Yeah.
just grabs one and is like, all right, and follows Calamar.
So you guys exit. Aridin calls out to you. I'll be right behind you. I'm almost done.
Just focus on your spells. Don't worry, Aaron. It's no big deal. I'm sure Whichever one it is just
It is good
You
to blow
know.
minds. As you guys
Let's- no.
as you guys regroup with Fayte down at the house or down at the edge of the forest, Fayte is practicing his ability, and the echo is staring straight at the edge of the forest. The being looks to be gone. As Rabe kind of does the John Travolta looking for the bathroom.
Well, he was right there. Fate seems to be doing what he was doing when I saw him, so I might be crazy. Do you know anything about that?
About what?
Nothing. Let's go talk to Fate. See what.
Oh, is that his name?
Yeah. Oh, we didn't I'm so sorry. We were
No.
tired from last night. My name is Calamar.
No. You told me your name. I'm
Oh, okay. Well, exhaustion. But yeah.
see, that is why I made the coffee, and
I didn't
we are not
drink
drinking it
I'm
down
so
here.
sorry.
we are not drinking it out here. It is inside.
Yeah.
Am I-
Well, Fate.
This is the
What happened?
Papa being invited to the castle.
Where'd the thing go? Did you see it? Am I just imagining all this?
You're
I
muted.
can't.
I don't know where he went, but he was there.
You were
He did-
ignoring him, and at some point he just stopped talking, and you just kept focusing on your stuff.
He did say that he was getting peckish, right? Or he was getting hungry. Right,
Yes,
Fate?
he said that the alchemist needed to feed him.
What do you feed someone with really long fingers? Finger food, probably, right?
Oh, that is a good one. I like that. You can stay. I like that.
Ah, cool. I need to rest.
I mean, I don't know why you went outside anyways. Everything was going upstairs. You could have had a study buddy. What they call it? Sings.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. I'll take you up on that after we figure out this mystery.
Well, I mean, you need to get some food and stuff in you first. You can't.
yeah.
You can't sleep on. You can't study on an empty stomach.
Right.
That's
You're right.
focus is all about the
I wanna
back.
be-
You see this 20-foot tall minotaur skeleton come about 15 feet away from the edge of the forest, ducking down below all of the woods.
Is there intruders? What is the problem, my friend?
It looks like you've got the intruders right here, don't you?
Is he bothering you or your friends?
Well, as you'll know, Master, per the terms of agreement, we are only not allowed to harm you, and everyone else that comes through the forest is intruder. So, you've got intruders around you.
And if they meant me harm, well, they wouldn't be intruding for too long.
That's a little bit above my pay grade.
Your summoner would have known, but alas, he is not here right now. That is a good thing. Quite frankly, the devil's so mind-bending paperful. Oh God.
Look, it's not my place to tell you what you should have bargained with. It's just my place to keep all of the intruders out, and intruders, by definition, is anyone who's not the master. So please, guide them into the forest so that way I can do my job. And the rest of us can eat. We're getting a bit peckish.
I'll try to corral some people from Pain to come over here, and maybe they'll provide a good game, yeah?
Right. Well, We're all here waiting. I've got
got
dibs
some-
on the purple
would
one.
you-
Yeah,
No, no, neither of them are
Mitch-
purple.
Oh,
Vi-
He must
Okay,
be
I'm going to-
don't listen to him.
I'm going to point at both of them, and
Trust
you tell
me,
me which
friend.
finger, all right?
wait,
I'm
are we
going to
both
point to-
purple?
I'm going to point the right finger at Fayte and the left finger at Calamar, and I'm going to go, which one is the purple one?
Misty step. I can't do it. Misty step.
I don't believe that either of you guys were disguised when you went into the labyrinth, right? You guys didn't disguise
yeah,
yourself
you're
until
right.
before you got out the clearing to actually approach the house.
Don't remember.
I don't remember.
I don't think you guys
specifically.
were,
Do you
because
remember?
Corby was able to identify Fayte. Maybe Calamar would have been, but Corby was able to identify Fayte. But he
I
didn't.
changed when he changed.
So then he would have been able to identify both of you guys, because he knew that you guys were from Gilmore's ruin. Like, you guys were that party.
Yeah,
but
like
he
I said,
didn't
I
tell
don't
any of you guys.
remember when I changed. I just know when he changed, I changed.
Yeah. Well, we had that whole conversation with Corby where he was like suspicious of Fayte, right? Because he was like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
but
said
he
you were
was
gonna kill
also
me.
like focused on Fayte. Like there was no talking with Calamar.
Yeah,
so
but
that
he-
might have
but
been
he
his
was-
fault.
Right. But he just looks and goes, they're both purple.
My, what big eye you have. No, eyes. Sorry, you're not a Cyclops.
Yep.
Fate says with his eyes closed still.
I will try to find you prescription glasses. That might help with
Are you saying that my vision's going?
I don't I don't want
The
to
banter is great, but I've got a job to do. And if you
Okay,
don't
listen,
mind,
I will
I'd
take-
like to
I will
get you
take-
to it.
I will take my guests up to my house. They will not bother you. And can we make an exception for these two, yeah? Maybe
No.
perhaps. No,
I'm
okay.
bound to
That
the
is fine.
contract by the letter, and I
Got it,
will
yeah.
be wondering, how exactly is it you're going to get them out? You've been flying in and out of here. Doesn't look like they can fly.
That's true, yeah.
So, you'll be wanting to know this.
I mean, they look like they can handle themselves, I'm sure.
Right.
They've been so such great guests. Yeah.
Well, listen here, shortlings. I'll give you this much for free. I'm what you might call truly immortal. You may kill this form, and I'll come back instantaneously. So, eventually, you'll die, and I'll still be here, per the contract.
Yeah, he's not lying about that.
Cool. Cool.
I suggest you either start running or start teleporting with your magics.
That would be nice.
So let's all go back to the house and enjoy our breakfast and coffee, and we'll bring any bacons that we don't eat down to my friend out here. Bacon sounds good, right? Big man? Yeah?
I'm
Doesn't
not
really-
big man. My name is Sir Scary Potter.
Okay, I'm sorry. Scary Potter, what do you guys want? Do you want some berries? I got the ration right here. I got some coffee boiling. We could, well,
For
it was
the
boiling.
15th time, I'm undead. I crave the flesh of the living to replenish what I've lost. That's why I can smell ye.
I will see what I can do. Yeah.
He
This
just
is
sits
really-
like,
Does it really come back instantaneous?
Yeah,
bet
it's
your
part of the
sweet ass
contract.
it does.
I wanted to make this place impenetrable, you know. So
He
people would
asked
have.
for an impenetrable fortress to a devil.
You made
Yeah.
a deal with the devil.
Oh, you haven't? Do you want to build a house like this, and a maze like that, and a forest like this, and the minions like that? By your hands? That's not easy. And I don't have that
much
long.
did it cost?
That's fun.
No,
I'm
it
pretty
cost
good.
him 14. Don't let him lie to you.
God,
How did you get your hands on 14?
besides that, I told you to shush. Go back and do your job.
I'm doing
Everyone,
my job.
back to the house.
I'm
You,
being ominous and threatening,
I
while
know
at the
it's...
same time protecting what's yours.
Thank you for that. You're doing a good job.
Of course.
You still got through. That was pretty impressive, Zamzo. Guys, let's get back to the house, yeah?
Yeah, I'm heading there. Everything's
Mr.
great.
Fayte,
No problems.
I think he said your name is. Let's go. Yeah.
Fate's
I
writing
do
in the
eat-
book. Can it really not cross the boundary?
Okay, if you want to eat this one, he's here. I try to convince him with coffee. I try to convince him with meat. I try to convince him with potions. I try to be nice. He right.
Did you tell him
Notes are
about
good.
your evil plan?
What evil plan?
It's not. What is his evil plan?
Oh, his evil plan's a doozy. It's to, what's that word? Lure unknowing adventurers into his house and then to make them crazy. He does it by talking to himself constantly, day in and day out,
I'm
till
not
the
talking
point
to
where
myself.
they
I'm
just
talking
want
to
to
my friend
leave.
Everything.
That does make sense. I did just want to.
Yes, and that's when I get fed. It's a grand scheme. Or maybe I'm just bullshitting ya.
Does he have
Can't win as a
an invisible
way.
assassin?
Does he have what?
An invisible assassin?
Right here, you could just ask me.
Well, that little fucking bird. What's his name there, master? You know, the one that looks
Orbe.
like
He's
you.
a good
Yeah,
guy, yeah?
that one. He's
Yeah.
damn near invisible when he wants to be. But
I
I
like
can
you for that.
smell the life on him.
He's not like murder or I forgot the other one.
Why have you
Little
not
shitheads.
eaten Corb?
What?
Why have you not eaten Corb?
Can't get my hands on the little fucker. He's too quick for me.
He does know the way through your maze extremely well.
That's part of the. You haven't told him yet. Oh, I don't want to rate. I don't want to ruin
No,
that
you seem to be
surprise for
selling
you.
all the unknown secrets, even unknown to me. So why don't you tell him
You
about
don't.
it's the time I murdered 1 million people, yeah?
Wait,
That was
you don't
amazing.
remember the particulars of your own sodden contract. Oh,
I remember
my.
all of it, but I
It's
don't remember
innate in
telling
my
you.
being.
Oh yeah, I'm going to bring people to my house and then I'm going to make them crazy.
What are the
And then they'll get weird.
contracts?
Yeah.
Every time you enter the labyrinth, it changes. You could go through it 1 million times and you'd never trek the same paths twice.
If the alchemist were to die, what would happen to you in your deal?
Are we talking about my death already?
Oh,
What
well,
the fuck are you here
technically,
for?
I'm a construct of this place. So if the person who made the rules dies, then there's no rules for me or my kin. So please, murder him. It would be good to have the entire hordes of the undead immediately come at you from every direction. Banjo Bill would love it.
So there's exactly how many of you out there?
495 if you include all of the fish. You know, the
What's that,
landfish.
Doozy?
And you can't die, and according to his contract, you can't cross this boundary.
Correct.
Can somebody else make a deal with your devil?
If you can summon him, you could make a deal with him, sure.
Are all constructs as forthcoming as you?
No, I just like to watch him squirm since I can't actually do anything about it myself. But
You're pretty good
also,
with that.
you should know that if you make a deal with a devil this powerful, generally speaking, there's some backhandedness. Buyer beware, right? You can't undo it
Yes,
once
it
you've already
appears he
started.
can't really control you in any way.
Oh, he can. I can't kill him. I can't enter his domain. And I'm bound until the ends of time to protect what's his.
Yeah, but he can't tell you to fuck off, can he?
Oh, he can tell me till his ass turns blue. Doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. Once I smell an intruder, my prime directive, if you want to call it that, is to seek and destroy.
So devils can summon entire army.
I think you're wasting a whole lot of time. Devils can summon just about fucking anything if you get one strong enough.
He keeps writing, extraordinary. These devils get better and better as I learn about them.
You should summon one. Ask it for a favor.
Sadly, I can only summon demons, it seems.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Yes, apparently this Katak is back because I got tricked by it.
Sure, whatever the fuck that is.
It's a demon.
Oh, wow. All chaos and lies. Perfect. What you ought to do is whatever that is that smells infernal on you, just take it out. Summon one up. Might even get you out of here without having to go through me and my kin.
He pulls out the calling card of the devil.
Oh, aye, that's the one. Can you not smell it? It stinks to high hell like sulfur, like egg
Rabe's
farts.
gonna go back to the house.
Hey,
him.
master. Please. Just
No. You keep talking to him. Whatever. Listen, it sounds like he wants to kill me, so maybe he accidentally goes into the forest. Be right there. Give him a good toss in the door. I would like that.
Killing you would unleash the
You
construct.
couldn't if you wanted to. All right? So let's get that over this. I'm being
Do
a
it.
generous host.
Kill
You
him.
didn't even tell me your fucking name.
Slaughter
So
him.
let's.
bathe in his blood. I'm begging ya.
I've got coffee at the house. If you want to be there, me and Calamar will be there making the potions that you wanted.
You could wear
So,
his
yeah.
head like a hat. It would be cute as I'm eating yours.
As I go in, he's gonna keep talking to him. Do you have to sleep at all?
No. I'm undead. I don't need to sleep. Technically, I don't need to eat to stay alive or sleep.
Are all constructs undead?
No.
I talked to a spindly fellow earlier. Was he a construct?
Most of us are. There's only a couple of people that aren't actually native to this place.
He seemed hungrier than you, and yet when I crossed the boundary, he did not attack.
He seemed hungrier than me. Right, I'll believe that one when I see it. I've put away an entire war elephant once. It was great.
I actually don't understand how bones can be hungry.
Well, how are you hungry?
I'm not.
You've never been hungry in your life.
I've been hungry, but I'm
How? How does it work? And you see he's like head nodding side to side.
food works as a type of fuel, calories and proteins,
Right?
vitamins and minerals that we
And
need.
what type of food is it that tells you when you're hungry?
Aren't you sustained by magic or whatever this devil does?
How are you sustained? You see how you don't know?
It just told you how I was sustained.
You told me how you eat, you didn't tell me how you feel hungry.
So when a mama and a
Yeah.
papa love each other.
Were you ever not a construct?
No. Why don't you come on in here? We'll make a fire. I can cook you some other meat. And then we can swap stories and who knows, maybe even share a bed.
Maybe if you keep answering my questions, I'll entertain as you entertain me.
Please. Go on.
He's literally just gonna keep talking to him for hours.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna cut
Yeah.
to Fortis. Fortis.
fine. Hit me.
Boy. You know the weird thing is that you in a Speedo, other than that, completely naked with like a rucksack of your shit, the doors open for you and there's this ethereal being going meh, and everybody's exploding. You go unconscious and you hear your own heartbeat. The duff 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 duff. Coming out of hiding, are we? You don't see anything. You see blackness. You don't hear the previous screamings. You don't hear or see, like, you can't feel anything. You just sort of feel like ethereally floating. Paladin.
Am I able to respond to this, or is it just I'm just like,
You gonna try?
yeah? When he says paladin, we go forward or paladin.
My favorite kind. Well, Paladin. Seems you've fallen on hard times.
I'm happy. I'm drinking and I'm horny. I don't see what's anything hard about that.
Are you happy when you are drinking? And are you not happy when you are not?
Isn't that why most people drink? If they're not happy.
I've been told most people drink to make them numb.
Nothing can cure that.
The numbness or the wand?
Doesn't matter.
What if I could offer you a way out from your sadness? Give you that spark of life to allow you to enjoy your times once again.
You can try.
Oh, I can do much more than try. And to your vision, it's odd to explain black on black. You become aware of a presence in front of you. Look at your surroundings. You have surrounded yourself with darkness, with apathy, with nothingness, with a void. Would you embrace it if it were to heighten your abilities?
As long as it gets the job done. And I can just keep walking.
Interesting. You realize you're dying, right? You have failed the job before it even started.
Wouldn't be the first time I almost failed a job. And wouldn't be the first time I'm almost dying.
Well, you seem particularly ready to die. Is this a correct assumption?
That's because death has tried many times to kill me, and every time I say take me, I wake up and put in a pool of blood or in a pool of piss.
Well, I see. Bruno.
Ooh, he knows my name.
Unlike the last time, this one's on me.
Bone dice? Use bone dice.
Yeah.
You feel a sense of emptiness that you always feel, right? You know what you lost back then, back in those times. The kick, the crunch, the helm leaving you, your search, your struggle, everything was you blindly feeling your way through the darkness with barely a scratch of your abilities, propped up by your friends. As you struggled your way, you were granted petulant little gifts to give you a semblance of what you once were, but could never become again. These things start flashing through your mind because as you die, your life flashes before your eyes.
Oh, no, make it stop. Not
Oh,
this.
Mama and Papa weren't so proud of you after that, were they?
Fuck up.
Well, ruminate. I have a way out. You simply have to accept.
Just make it go away. What the fuck do you think I drink?
You feel this rushing wind as this point of light in this darkness goes, and you find yourself floating. It feels like you're underwater, but yet you breathe. In front of you, speckled, dotted, are these points of light that seem infinitely far away. To your right, you see... Is that the sun? You can look at it and it doesn't hurt. Looking around, you see there's a void in this starlight at the focal point of your vision, and it seems to increase. And you begin to hear these whisperings all around you. Do you wish to embrace the void in your life?
Yes. I embrace the void.
Perfect. Take this. Take this gift and don it. Get used to the feeling of the power. Embrace the life and the second chance that you've been given. Third chance, if my eye is correct. And know that as you progress, it will come fast. Everything your heart could possibly desire will come to you in near an instant. One day, I will ask for something in return, but until then, cut loose. And with that, you hear, cut it loose.
So really quickly before that part, if possible, I do ask like, what are you? What sort of god are you?
Cut it loose. And you feel a on your chest. Fuck, can we get some magic? And you see, you come to as these blue hands are right in front of your face. And you see that there is this sort of like squat halfling person cutting the Speedo off of your crotch. It's cutting the circulation off. Quick, save his dick. As you see this blue tiefling in front of you just like heals you back up to 1 hit point. Hey, man, are you okay?
Oh, what the fuck happened?
Oh, thank God. Oh my God, they were gonna cut me off at 30. 29 dead bodies, man. I am so sorry. I did not realize. I didn't know that she was going to do that. I thought she was going to open up, I'd get a little gawk, and we would call it a day, man. Oh my God.
That thing was a she. Oh, fuck.
You've met a banshee that wasn't? Ew.
It was. Oh, shit.
Oh my God, I feel so terrible. Are you You see this, again, this like naked tiefling standing over you, like, he starts sniffing you. Gerald?
That's a boring name, but no, I'm not a Gerald.
Wait a minute. Are you? And he leaves it hanging in the air. Are you?
Yes, naked with a fucking erection. Yes, I am. What's your
Oh.
point?
Grimtooth? What? As you see, Grimtooth is like pulling on, like the tall goblin figure is pulling on a pack. What? Are we leaving or what? Come on. He's like, I got the next one. Whenever someone dies, I get help.
The
They
fuck's
don't
going
hate
on
me
about-
after all. What it... Ditto. What the fuck is going on, Tribute? Ooh, this is spicy. We don't need any help, thank you. And he looks around to the other people that are standing there, like everyone's like, "What the fuck?" And he's just like, "No thanks." 29. He's not dead. Thank you. Come on, get to your feet. Ooh, you're not wearing any black robes.
I'm not wearing anything right now except blood and piss and whatever
Okay,
that
I've got a
is.
spare set, and he like reaches into his sleeve and pulls out a cloak, and he goes, "This is my last one." And he pulls out a little amulet that has a little upside down inverted trident that hangs off of it. New member?
Remember what? This isn't some kind of cult, is it?
How about a drink? And we're gonna cut to Calamar and Rabe.
So, you think we got about 6 hours or so, or do we got a skadoodle?
You, I have been unpleasant to the both, and I am sorry. Eridan is correct sometimes, but with other times, not so much. You have been a great guest. You can stay here as long as you want. Study my book, well, not all my books, but study, some of the basic recipes. Drink some coffee, eat some bacon, talk with Eridan, have a great time. Your friend, though, if he comes up that hill, I will shoot him.
I mean,
Because he just threatened. No. I don't want to be.
this thing. I told you, he's on edge.
He threatens everyone to kill them right away in their face. I'm going to kill you.
Well,
What is your minion going
he's
to do
pretty
about it?
strong.
Oh, look at me. I am so great.
he's pretty strong, right? Hey, he's gotten us through a lot. Just give him a chance. Trust me. He's a good guy.
Okay, I gave him a chance last night and he walked outside. I gave him a chance this morning. Hey, I have made coffee for you. How would you like it? He walks out. One time I joke about Eridan trying to kill him. Eridan can't go invisible, by the way. That was a joke on my part. I love doing it to people. You should have seen Corby. Corby freaked the fuck out. It was the funniest scene, I promise.
Yeah,
I survey.
Corby.
One joke, and now your friend is telling me that he is going to murder me to my face. In front of a minion.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, Calamar.
I don't want to.
Some of that bacon is gone. Please continue.
there was 16 pieces. Now there's only 13.
Yep.
Don't ask me how I know, but
He said he was
Eridan probably
vegan.
ate some. Eridan probably ate some.
He said he was vegan. If I check the coffee cups, is all the coffee still there?
Are you gonna check the coffee cups?
I'm gonna check. Well, Calamar's coffee cup is empty, and so is Fayte's. But Raven poured his cup already, and the pot's still probably full.
Seems full.
So
I'm
he's
gonna
still
go fill
tea
my
drinker.
coffee cup. Well, hey, thank you. Sorry to rush in here. This looks beautiful. These are like little bento boxes of there's bacon on the top, and then like all this. This is good craftsmanship. I'm kind of a cook myself. I really appreciate the effort you put into this.
If there's one mistake I made with the devil, I did not give him another soul coin to give me a lifetime supply of good food. So eating rations gets kind of boring. I mean, I've dunked them in coffee before. Makes them taste a little better, but they keep most of the bitter and none of the energy.
Yeah,
Aridin looks at me funny when I do that.
I start eating and drinking coffee. So yeah, if we are not imminent danger, like if you think that we can stay, that would be cool. But I mean, if we absolutely have to go, it's going to be rough for me, and I'll probably just kind of run and hide. Oh my god, this is so good.
I will cover your back, don't fuck. As much as a roughneck as he's been, your friend and you are safe in my forest. And if any of those assholes try to come and barge their way in for another meal, can't do a single thing I want them to, but oh, hey, there's someone here. I don't know. Eat them now. Oh, so delicious.
Yeah.
Oh, give me more. I want more food. Ration good enough for you? No, I want meat.
Yeah, maybe just the stipulations of the contract. I think he mentioned that where he, he's dude.
It is
There should be like a big welcome sign so they could just get more food in. Like people like us that accidentally got through, because we just started running through the hedges. We just kind of broke our way through because we were getting frustrated. And then we met Corby, and then he showed us.
That might have made them a bit angrier, yeah. But
yeah,
that's not a bad idea. I might have to do that.
Hey, has anyone ever killed the Minotaur? Does his body like stay there, or does it just go?
I mean, okay, so listen.
I'm kind of collecting horns, and I kind of like go in my bag of holding it, pull out this.
Not a lot of.
The tip of a horn that's like bulging the side of the bag. Yeah, this came from a fucking giant.
Well, of course. Taking the bones out, huh? You are disgusting.
We found a sentient magic item. I'll put that out there up front. I wouldn't touch it. It hurts every time you do.
Yeah, I don't mess with those things. The closest thing I have is this, and Rabe is going to open his leather duster and pull out the at this point it would be like light gray barrel and light gray cylinder revolver with like a black handle. This is the closest thing I have. It's a okay, so long ago, back in some previous life, I thought Aridin was dead, so I made a special pistol. I engraved on it, in life, I remember, in death, I embrace. It was made for Aridin, and now he's still here. Magic. Wonderful stuff.
No, that is like the perfect melding of magic and mechanics. That's kind of like I was really interested in that for a really long time. What?
Rabe is going to raise out one of his hands, like he's calling an arrow to, like he's calling an owl to it.
I command Al to land on his.
No.
Hey, that was mine. Yeah. Oh, and this is my other friend, Flump.
No. Put those away. Little fun, where are you?
Okay, I'll wear Flump as a hat, and then
Come here. I won't hurt you. Nice of him, my friend. Calamar won't hurt you. Their name, by the way.
Thanks.
From the stairwell that's like at the back of the house, a crow flies down and out the window.
Bacon thief. We get him quick. It won't be dissolved.
No. Don't touch his little buttons.
Oh, okay. Those are yours? I mean,
okay, listen, how many creatures have you seen around here that are alive? And well, other than once in a blue moon, some
Made a
people at the
chicken.
ruins will have a pig or a cow, and it will get stolen. Oh no, we have to pay tribute to this rule. But I mean,
Chicken.
other than that, and the people at Pain, you don't see a lot of normal life around here. So I take any of the ravens into my arms.
Hey, we met a guy that was being eaten by ravens perpetually. That was pretty weird.
You know of this person. This is the what's called the warning sign. He's the bard. At the front of like the east entrance.
Yeah, great
Oh.
tales, man. I wish I could.
Yeah, I'm sure he told those tales perfectly when he was screaming his guts out as I ate him again.
Beautiful voice though.
So-
Wow, he screamed like it was like
Oh,
good octave.
like opera. It's
Yep.
if you played Adagio strings and he sang along with it, it would be a symposium, perfectly harmonic.
Made me want to
Wonderful stuff.
really
So-
just play along.
Or just pick up a sword and end his suffering, but he doesn't end. So
Yeah, I try to say.
welcome to the Devil's Contract, the bottom
And
side
with
of it.
that, Fate. Are you going to at least try to test me or anything, man? You're just asking questions. Any of these questions you could get from like most anybody. I don't have any more information than fucking Joe Blow walking by.
I'm not from this plane, and I've noticed a lot of people that are from this plane are very withholding of answering questions. You are the first that doesn't seem to mind. The only
Oh, this is great. I've made a friend. It's awesome.
Can you have friends?
No, it's more like I don't mean it.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but it made me think. You're a construct that's been made for a purpose. When
Right?
you don't have a purpose, are
Right?
you? Or are you nothing?
Technically, I suppose you would consider me the labyrinth, and the labyrinth is me. We are all one big system that is kind of like, we all serve one singular purpose, which is to kill anybody who is not the master that comes within these limits.
No. What about before that?
There is no before that.
So before that, you didn't exist.
Correct. I was created as part of the bargain, from nothingness. Pure weave magic itself.
Why did they weave you a personality?
It didn't wave me a personality.
It just
This is-
seems like you'd be more efficient if you didn't talk. In fact, I would have never known you were out there if you didn't walk up to the gate as you've done.
That's not what you told Bill. You told Bill you seen me, and that you were able to escape.
Yes, I saw just you. You weren't here, nor did I think you could come here.
Right, and he knew you were lying because, well, I know you're lying when you said you escaped me. And so he knew, and so you lied to him.
Lying is not what I meant to do.
Well, you told a falsehood.
I didn't know how to explain. You see, there's things you're probably holding back. Not such as maybe your skills. For all I know, you really could enter this area. Well, I don't want you to know all my skills, you see, because I'm almost certain we're gonna fight.
Why would you say that? Are you gonna walk into the forest? I mean, I've been a pretty open book as far as I can tell.
Well, as far as I can tell, we have to enter the forest. I do think of one other method, but it's a long shot.
Well,
And your master doesn't seem trustworthy at all. And
I
has
mean,
been
who
very
is nowadays? Am I right?
That is true.
You're openly lying. You think I'm openly lying. You can't trust the master because he killed some people. Because you've never killed anyone. I can only assume with that great big axe that or sword that you've got on your back.
don't think so much as withholding information as lying to you. I don't think I've lied to you. With
Interesting.
what did you say his name was?
Bill.
I answered a question from Bill, and he asked one back that I didn't feel I needed to answer fully. So, in a
Oh.
way, if I saw you and walked away, it is escaping.
Well, that would be if I were pursuing you. Then you would escape me.
But then that is just two different opinions of the matter. For I have escaped from many things that did not seem.
Are you trying to get me tongue-tied or something? It doesn't make sense why you keep pressing your point. Like, ultimately, it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, everything you've written down in your little book there could all be just bullshit, as far as you know. But you're writing it down as fact. I could be lying to you like you just said to me.
That
Only
is
thing
true.
I care about is whether or not you're going to come into here so I can eat you. As is my goal. I don't really care whether or not you think that you escaped me or otherwise. But if you just come about 15, 20 feet closer, I'd be able to really, eat you.
I am not a construct of yourself, like yourself. And I guess I didn't want to be thought of as a liar.
From a construct, it seems kind of ridiculous. You don't want to be like you have some sort of reputation with the labyrinth here.
As sapient beings go, we think different, right?
Wouldn't know.
Exactly. As a sapient being, that's something that is important to some of us. It's, you could say, our word. We don't like it being questioned. It's nothing important.
Clearly. The only thing that's really important is whether or not you're going to survive another day in this area. At least as far as I've been told by the people I've eaten. Please, no, I want to live. Please, no. It's not
That
really...
reminds me. Bill mentioned that, I think he mentioned, something as part of his contract is to be fed. Now, if this alchemist isn't feeding you, does that break the contract? And if so, if he breaks the contract, does that also mean that you are all free to invade and eat all of us?
Oh, it's one of my favorite parts about life. You can be as conniving as you want. You can try to get around things as much as you want. But ultimately, what we were, because you should consider, if you're considering Bill to be a part of the labyrinth, and I am a part of the labyrinth as well, Bill is technically a part of me. And we were trying to tell you, well, rather your friend, that we're getting a bit hungry. That's all.
So it was just kind of taunting tactics.
More or less.
So he doesn't have to feed you.
You see, I can remember when you said that you were a little bit angry. Wait, no, never mind. No, you can't because you said that inside, in your head, right? When you grabbed your axe.
No. He said it out loud.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't say it loud.
Right.
You just said it talking to him. But if he had
When
some
you
way
said
to
you
hear
were
him,
feeling
he
a little
did say that.
angry, there was once a man who came in wearing little to no armor, who thought that his anger could get him through everything. The angrier he got, the stronger he got, until he got dead. So, if I'm taunting you, it's as a way to try to get your anger to overcome everything else. Seeing as how that didn't work, it's kind of fruitless, isn't it?
He showed anger. I never said I'm angry, but when he touched it, he said some shit.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
But we'll just say,
But yeah.
you looked angry. Okay.
Right.
Well, I'll have you know, I'm sure this doesn't mean anything to you. But I've lived far too long to be mastered by my emotions. It seems that He looks down at the handle of his axe. Seems that there's some weapons here that have side effects that have seemed to have started to affect. But no, I would not attack you out of anger. I actually really want to attack you out of curiosity.
Well, you're more than welcome to. I mean, I'm right here, unless you need your friends behind you in order to drag your sorry ass out after I kill you.
Well, I would like to be dragged out before I die, yes.
Well, that's fine. I suppose that the rest of your friends are trying to get a rest in so that way they can.
Yes, they do seem to need to sleep. Long duration.
Well, they're going to be asleep a while. How about this? You come in here, you fight me, and then, if you find yourself backed up against a wall, you can just leave the forest. It'll be
Yes,
simple as
I'm
that.
sure you're very sporty.
Oh, I'm right keen for a fair fight.
What if I just looks at the ground, picks up his makeshift spear. What if I just start throwing things at you from here?
Go for it. I mean, you can't have that many things to throw at me. Eventually, you'll run out of stuff, and then I'll be one up on you when you're out of all of your fancy weaponry.
Yes, I wouldn't be throwing things at you. Well, I wouldn't be throwing these things at you. But you really can't. Isn't that kind of unfair?
What's
What if
fair?
I
Lying
was-
to someone.
No, it's fair game to lie to someone, but I mean,
Well.
what if I had an infinite amount of ammo? I just was a match, or let's say I have the power or control, not power. I have control over the weave, and I just constantly launch fireballs at your face, as I'm sure many could do.
Well, I can't launch fireballs, as far as you know. Is that fair?
What about
No.
that axe there? Couldn't you just throw that axe in?
Probably. Not going to, because I'm not stupid. I kind of need it to cleave you in twain.
You see this axe, you stupid, large... As he, pulls out his axe and raises it up. I got this axe out of a construct, I think. But it wasn't... It was more feral than I think you were, or maybe if I met you as I was fighting you, you wouldn't be as talkative.
Well, only one way to find out. You certainly could come right in here and show me what's what. You'd only ever know when it happens.
You know, I wonder if I carve your bones into spears after I kill you the first time. If I could keep killing you with your own bones, or would they
Ooh.
also be? And he
You
throws the axe in the dirt.
You should throw that axe at me. It might actually hit me, might even kill me.
Looks at the axe, looks at the Minotaur. Do you trade?
Depends on what you're trading for.
Well, I seem to be in the market for a different type of weapon, as this one doesn't seem to suit.
Ooh. And I seem to be wanting some of your lovely live flesh.
What about this axe?
If I'm being honest, I have no need for it. I only need to consume the living. And to protect what's inside of here. From people like you, who don't actually belong.
When you're patrolling this labyrinth, do you still have thoughts and feelings?
I
Or
don't have any thoughts or
thoughts.
feelings. Don't really have thoughts besides what the labyrinth determines is the best course of action.
So you could theoretically be just walking around for thousands of years and it wouldn't affect you.
Aren't we all?
No, my kind seem to be very affected over the years.
Well, that thing that you forced out of your body seemed to not really give a shit. that it was encountering something potentially dangerous. It's almost as if it didn't really matter. Could you just remake it if it were to die?
Yes, I could just keep sending him out to you and attack you. For all
Doesn't really seem fair, does it?
It's not.
You see what I did there? I turned your own logic against you as far as whether or not it's fair to be able to come back instantaneously.
Well, that was actually a question I was building to.
Perfect.
You see, that's how I would test you. Is I would just keep sending him after you over and over. Because I am curious on if you can come back instantly.
Test me, lad.
But there's also one thing I'm worried about. If I attack you, does that remove your rules? You haven't said anything about it doing so, but I've been tricked by presences before.
And also, I've
I'm
been lying to you the whole time.
I've been reluctant, if not for me, but I'd be dooming my companion as well.
Probably.
So,
How do you know that I'm not sitting here wasting time so that way my friends can just reposition themselves so that way the moment you step into the woods, you're dead?
I don't know.
Could be setting up all sorts of traps, deadfalls and better traps and all sorts of things. All the while keeping you, clearly the strongest one, distracted.
I guess it's just that I don't see this as wasting my time. That might be true, or that might be a falsity. But I also, well, I know I do not know you, but I don't think that would be your style. But maybe it's one of your construct friend style. It seemed like that spindly fellow didn't seem like the person who'd want to fight fair.
Interesting. Again, we are an interesting bunch. We're all just part of the labyrinth. So what does the labyrinth want? Is what you should be asking yourself. How does the labyrinth think? Fortis.
Hit me.
Ooh, buddy. You get healed up right and proper. Do you don the black robe and the amulet?
For now, until I get my clothes back.
Yeah, so this thing barely fits on you, right? Because you're a massive specimen. You're basically Herculean, right? And Tribute goes, now that is a good look. And he looks over at Grimtooth. Check out the new digs. It's this black, almost like velvet look. And you go to like tuck in like the amulet. And he's like, no. If you're going to be a member of the Black Veil, you're going to have to show that proudly.
It's kind of tacky.
It's fine. Eventually you'll be able to change into your old shit, but since you don't really have it, like, in you right now, and by in you I mean a little bit of the Black Veil. No, that's not what I call my penis. That's the octagon. But, he goes, but, I think, hey, Grimtooth? Yes? When was the last time we checked in on our party? I don't know when we left. I've been waiting for you to kind of get this out of your system. We still have a world to save. Well, I guess.
So, world to save. They don't strike me as someone who wants to save anything. Well, besides your own lust.
Well, saving our asses is saving the world. That's the best part.
I can respect that.
So, like, what's your deal? You work for Gerald. Okay, I get that. Are you his new protege, or because there was that one who?
So you say that name, Gerald.
Yeah, Gerald.
You do mean the omnipotent, the omniscient voice that talks to you, and then something about Void. Are we talking about the same guy?
Yeah, if you're describing the void, you're probably describing Gerald. It's weird. He didn't show himself to you.
They the fuck they didn't fucking tell me his name. the
Changed up
clown's
the
name is
tactic.
Gerald.
I wouldn't do that.
And he shouldn't call himself Gerald.
Well, let's just say that the last guy that messed with him, we have a term for his kind now. He's called a Deus.
Sounds names.
Maybe
I don't like that name either.
you should probably just watch out who you laugh at. I'm sure you've survived a lot, but if that one banshee can kill you, well,
Well, fair point there. I guess I should watch out for this Gerald.
at least put a little bit of respect on it. But, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of Kaioken? And the Breakers of the Legion?
And I don't, yeah, okay, not Kaioken. Fortis definitely
Dude,
doesn't know shit
Nah,
about
you ain't heard shit about
it. No, it does sound like some kind of fruit, though.
Ah, perfect. Because you'll do well. But first things first, you're gonna have to really give in to Gerald's demands. Would you like for me to try to bring him here so you can actually discuss the terms? You've already agreed, so at least you should know what you agreed to, right? He probably offered you some sort of ultimate cosmic power with an itty bitty living space.
No, actually, he just helped me, or at least told me he would give me. He would do whatever the fuck he needed to do, just in order to make something stop.
Ah, I see. Well, since I'm your introduction to the Black Veil, a little bit about us. All right, we're here. We're queer. Some of us.
You say something like that.
Some of us. All right, we don't discriminate around here. We're very inclusive.
Or
But
DCI.
our whole deal, if you must know, is that we want to protect this world from the ravages of the misuse of magic as it was in times past. And the only way to do that is to be the most powerful, obviously. So, we are the Ordo Praetoro Magica, the protectors of magic.
Okay.
But people call us the Black Veil. It's kind of tacky, but I'm starting to grow on it.
See that.
As a Black Veil member, you'll get some interesting perks. For instance, and he goes like this. He like opens his eyes and like looks down, and in your head you hear, "We can communicate with each other mentally
That is nifty.
within as far of a range as 5 miles." Ooh, isn't that neat?
So I should be able to do that right now.
And you're doing that. Yes. So this way, instantly, if something happens to you, or if you see someone doing something that they shouldn't, you can call in the cavalry. You can tell me if I'm there, or if I'm close enough, and then I can tell someone else, and they can tell someone else, and we're like one giant hive mind. Isn't it neat?
Hive mind.
Yes. Also, you will develop an affinity for all things psychic. Ooh, ah. Wow.
You seem very ecstatic. How about you tell me all this?
Of course. Now, you won't be your normal run-of-the-mill warlock like everybody else will, so you don't have to worry about turning or potentially turning into one of those flesh piles. But, you know, you'll become special. You are going to be part of the mounted cavalry troop. Congratulations.
Huh.
Yes, it'll be amazing. You're pretty much like, what do they call it? Shock troops? Well, this is the most exciting time ever. I once was being pursued by my own people, and now it would seem that Gerald has deemed you fit to be plopped directly into my lap. Thank you. This is good news. We should probably see if, well, I don't want to introduce you to the party yet until you're ready. Okay?
Okay.
So, put your armor on, put the cloak on over your armor, and then really focus on the cloak. Focus on the feeling that comes from it, please, if you would.
All right. I gotta go grab my crap and put it on, and then I put the book.
Don it on, the cloak comes on, and at this point, when you put the cloak on, it almost seems like it comes down to right about the belly. It almost looks like a big poncho. Imagine Bruce Willis Unbreakable.
Yeah.
Like that, right? And he's like, "Do you feel cold inside?" And you do feel cooler.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually.
Focus on it. Hold your amulet. Really dive into the coldness. The deep,
Very nice.
ever expansive void. It's nice, isn't it? Now, do yourself a favor. Just give in.
And then okay, so then Fortis, I grab it and then just I just can dive right in.
I would like for you to make a charisma saving throw. You can willingly fail if you wish to.
Charisma save.
You gonna try to fight it?
Nope. Oh, actually, yeah. So I'm gonna internet told myself.
Dan, what was Ricky's character's name again?
Xixis?
Other one.
Oh, it was the bird.
I can't remember his name, and he's not in the roster anymore.
Something Stone Eagle.
Stone Eagles was his group.
Yeah.
Nozzle Gel.
That was a long time ago.
I can get this.
I think he's on.
I
it.
have some others.
What'd you say?
Yeah. No, if it's gonna let me log back in, I was gonna have someone do the charisma for me, but it's logged
Let
in
it do.
right now.
Okay.
Okay, so character sheet and charisma saving. Okay, and there it is. The answer is. Oh yeah, it's better than that's a lot better. 15.
All right. Let's see here real fast. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. This is gonna bug me in my butt.
I'm going back through my notes.
So, Yomi. It was Yomi.
Yomi.
It was Yomi. Okay, so. Okay. Hey, what's your spell save DC, by the way?
Spell save DC 13.
Okay, so you pass. You begin to focus on this coldness, this expansive void that he's talking about, and you can sort of feel yourself start to slip. It almost feels like right before you slide down a slide. You know what I mean? There's like that potential energy, and then you feel yourself start to like pull against your will. And you immediately go, whoa. And he looks and he goes, "Oh, you were so close." Oh, well. In your spare time, give in. Cut loose. And at the same time, you would recognize that that's what Gerald told you. This is almost like the follow the white rabbit deal where he's like, just cut loose. Let yourself experience.
Okay. I'm curious. What happened to if someone should happen to you this blackmail, whatever you call yourself? I'm assuming there would be consequences.
If someone were to what? I'm sorry, say that again.
Leave.
Well, I could tell you this much. There's never been anyone who has wanted to leave the Black Veil. But if they did, I can only imagine that it would be a relatively excruciatingly painful separation.
Well, that's good to know. Not that I would, but it's always good to know with all the rules in the hand.
If you're feeling a little nervous, technically, until you really give in, we'll just call you a prospect. Does that make you feel better? You can wait if you want, but why would you?
Well, I do like the sound of cutting loose.
Rabe. Calamar. I can only imagine by this point your guys' or Rabe's rant has likely ended.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys doing respectively?
Well, if you're okay with me speaking with Eridan, I will do that. Does he have a room?
Oh, he's just in the other room.
He's up.
He likes to. I thought you said this was a one-story house.
And you said upstairs.
Fair.
So
But I didn't remember
we're
it
just
was one-story house.
we're just gonna go with upstairs for now.
We'll just pretend it's attic. Yeah, he likes to stay in the attic sometimes. It's really cramped if he stays in the 7-bedroom as me, but it seems like he prefers the attic. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure he would have some advice notes for you to. I don't know about.
I'll just go up the fireman pole right there, or do you have
It's
stairs?
just a staircase.
Oh no, you have to do some you have to be very acrobatic with the whole strip movement. It took me a while to get used to it.
It's a rope ladder.
Eridan does it like a pro. He just flips over himself and up there.
Yeah.
Sometimes he
I'll
takes
just
his
take the
top off.
stairs. That
Sometimes
seems
not.
easier. I'm not very athletic.
Yeah. I would recommend.
So you take the stairs upstairs?
I take the stairs upstairs and I sit down and I just
Well, hold on a sec. When you get upstairs, so like downstairs, it's already kind of dreary and gross, right?
Mhm.
But you get upstairs, bro, you walk into it, the stairs just go up. There's a little bit of a banister, and then it's like the length of the house, attic space, right? You can see like
Mhm.
you have to duck your head down. You're really tall, so you really have to duck, right?
Yeah.
When you get up there, there is a single widow's peak light or like window at the other end that's casting like a light in. There is a rocking chair that is faced towards the window, and a table like a stationary table that is about halfway towards you against the opposite wall of, if you're looking down this way, window at the end, chair is kind of off to the right. Halfway between you and the end of the house is a stationary desk. Everything is covered in fucking cobwebs. There is no light. It smells of dust and must and like dank water. This
I
place
see
has
all
not been
that.
fucking touched.
Yeah. I go in, observe, and kind of kneel, sit next to the desk, pull out my pull out the Algoon spell book. I haven't finished identifying that. And then say out loud, hey, Eridan, stranger things have happened to me, but Rabe gave me permission to stay in your space. I don't know if you know this, but I can't see you, and this area is gross. So I am sorry that you don't care about cleanliness. And I start boom, 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 prestidigitation, cleaning.
Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
Yeah, your boy. And then as soon as like that long bit of prestidigitation, like 5-foot segments, or 1-foot segments, like
Yeah.
first in the area, and then I'm probably just gonna like, all right, this is useless.
Right.
I'm gonna just start identifying after I've made the greeting.
Okay. And you're identifying items? You're identifying the
The rest of the Algoon book. So I believe through the notes that I have on here, I have identified the 6th level, which was disintegrate. And then I had where the is it off the miscellaneous? There was an enchantment spell and a conjuration spell.
Correct. That is correct.
The evocation was the sphere, vitalic sphere.
Vitriolic sphere.
Yeah.
Right. Which I don't think you were able to even cast, right? Or you
No.
gave that to Fayte, because I think that
No. So in the book, so there was other spell scrolls that I had picked up, but
right.
in the Algoon's book, I haven't finished identifying each page of the.
Give me 1 sec. Here we go. Let's go back to session 46. This is 63. Let's see here. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Whoa, Jesus Christ, dude. All right. So, the enchantment spell. Fuck, of course. It's giving me a link. Give me a sec here. Boy, oh boy. Let me get back to you on that, because I'm pulling up these 3 fucking. All right. So you begin that.
I'm just
thing.
doing downtime stuff. I'm
Right,
just trying to
right,
fill downtime.
All righty then. So, Rabe, Calamar goes upstairs. You can kind of hear him like kind of mumbling a little bit, and then it just like pitters out, right? So he's saying things, and then just like, you busy yourself with what? Or are you like listening up there like, ooh, are they gonna, what are you doing?
I think at that point, Ray would be probably have poured himself another cup of coffee and maybe like wiping down the dishes. And then after that, just probably writing about the strange experience it is to have 2 people that don't act like people. Because although Calamar has made himself to appear like a metagame knowledge, although Calamar has made himself appear to be an Eldrin, and he's acting pretty nice. On the other hand, you have a human, you have Fayte disguised as a human just being an utter dick, and I think at this point
you've encountered people like that before.
I mean,
certainly.
yeah, Payne's full of it, but not to this extent, and it's just puzzling. So I think Ray would be like jotting down like thoughts that come to his head of like possibilities of why Fayte might be acting this way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably what he's doing.
Make me an investigation check.
Oh wait, that's my character. Yeah.
Enchantment, evocation, and what was the last? There was 3, right? Disintegrate, and then an enchantment and an evocation spell, and vitriolic sphere.
Oh yeah, yes. So enchantment, conjuration, and then the vitriolic spear, and then there's the disintegrate also. So enchantment and then conjuration is what I have written down. I can
Gotcha.
refer because I started doing the miscellaneous notes on my character tab, so it would be like a redundancy for flipping back,
Right.
but they can also be wrong. So
Okay. What is that? Investigations at 16.
Mhm.
So your people skills are, how do we put this?
Non-existent.
Your
Barely there.
charisma score is not for your people skills. Your charisma score is usually used for enforcing your will. Like your charisma skill has been used in the past for
Intimidation, not persuasion. Yeah.
interrogation. You're not really one to, what's the phrase? You're not really one to be very welcoming. This is you trying to logic out what could have possibly happened.
Yeah.
Right? Now, you see the muscle, which is usually very intimidating just to be in the presence of the muscle, right? Like his whole deal very obviously is that he's supposed to just stand there and be menacing in the background, right?
Yeah, he's a negotiation force of you're negotiating with me, big guy's gonna beat the shit out of you.
You can read that this is the threat, right? Is usually the crossed arms, I'm gonna be the silent, dangerous type, right?
Yeah.
With your investigation check, who was it in the past? Cinder would have, in the past, given him a compliment and been like, hey, tell me a little bit about yourself. Whereas for you, the muscle encroaching in your home is, as you're thinking this through, likely was like, why are you trying to enforce your shit in my home? Right?
Yeah.
He could be your father. No, I'm kidding. No,
Doesn't have any feathers.
you're a strong-willed, opinionated raven man. And he is very
strong.
And he is very clearly a strong-willed, opinionated man with no name type.
Yeah.
So with your investigation, putting the pieces together, it's very likely that you guys just got off on the wrong foot, and neither of you guys are willing to admit it.
Yeah, but
I don't like him because he's insane.
Hey, whoa. Hold on. You have no idea why I'm giving him this prompt.
But also, I think at some
real
point,
quick, Kyle, you also don't know whether or not this has any real value. This is a clearly crazy person trying to figure out why you don't like him. You know what I'm saying?
I think at that point though, Rabe would be like, all right, we got to this point. But I did try to make him breakfast. Maybe he doesn't like bacon. Or maybe he's like Eridan and he's not a copycat.
So you in your mind, right? Your clearly correct functioning brain are like, yeah, naturally. And that's what you're doing while you're doing the dishes. Like, man, I don't understand why is it. But there's no possible way metagaming it for you to be able to put these things together.
These are just wild theories in Rabe's head of
it's like that thing where you have a conversation with somebody in your own head and it goes a direction And you're
Yeah.
just doing that with your own, I also see Arid in here brain.
Arguing in the car on the way home from work. And
There you go. You got it. Cool.
also, Rabe would probably leave
Bird
until
droppings?
Rabe comes to the
Oh.
conclusion of Rabe is just gonna leave a plate of bird droppings. Oh, here you go. I made you some natural food. I hope you like it. It came fresh from me.
Jesus.
But I think like until Rabe comes to the conclusion of like, oh, maybe he doesn't like bacon and coffee, Rabe will leave those out and then be like, all right, cool. Like we'll put those to the side of the desk of Rabe's like main desk. And if he eats them and drinks it, cool. But if not, that's cool too. Like that's just his style, and I don't know it yet.
Cool. Fayte.
He's transpose in his circle right now.
You getting some rest?
No, but he is kind of winding down.
Okay. Still outside in the grassy knoll?
Yeah.
Out in the elements? Okay.
Yeah, he looks towards the house, kind of wondering where Calamar is. And looks back to I'm guessing the Minotaur is still in the forest doorway area.
He kind of is going and coming and going.
He's gonna go back into his mimic, not his mimic, his echo.
I knew he was a mimic. Okay.
His echo's gonna kind of walk towards the border, and as he starts not walking towards the border of the
Right.
wood.
Yeah.
And when he gets close enough, he starts walking like he's walking on stairs and starts kind of going diagonally.
Okay.
The goal is he's trying to see, because the construct was talking about how many of them there are, and how he could be calling his friends this whole time. So he's gonna see if he can see more, because before he only thought there was a Minotaur, and then he thought, okay, there's this spindly guy, so there's two. But he's saying, there's hundreds. So now he's really trying to see, do I see more?
Okay.
So
And
yeah,
are you going up?
Yeah, so he's going up. So he would be about, I guess, 50 feet up.
You're gonna stay 50 feet, hovering, and then try to
kind of walk the boundary line, looking down.
How far out can you go with control?
1,000 feet.
Okay. So you're gonna walk that boundary line then, or are you gonna walk the entire? You're gonna walk the 80 diameter.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he's just looking for movement, looking, to see.
Mhm.
Did I miss these guys, or are they now plotting? Are they now at the border? There's people here. Have they been talking? Do they talk?
Gotcha.
He's looking for I don't know if he sees them. Right now, he's just looking for them, and then if he would see them, that he'd be going on more things. He said how this place changes every time you go through it. He's looking to see, okay, are pathways opening up or pathways closing? Could he, from above, like when you're doing a jigsaw or a puzzle, maze puzzle with your pencil, you're like, okay, if I just go up, down, right, left, could he trace that out from above? And then, are these things in the way? Do they know where they're going? Can they get lost? Do they, there's so many things
You're taking in a whole lot of information right now, trying to get as much as you can about this.
Yeah,
Make me an intelligence check.
Rough.
Because you're doing some high brain shit right now, right?
Damn it, Fayte, stay in your lane.
Just get keen mind. It just works all the time.
I need the fucking thing that's like the giant's belt, but gives me 19 intelligence.
Yeah, right. The circlet of
Yeah.
intellect. So, since the echo itself can't actually make a perception check, you have to go off of what its baseline vision that you can see is, right? As you're floating, you're 50 feet up in the air, which is like right around the top of these trees, right? Some of them are shorter, a couple of them are taller. It's a lot of varied shit. They're not all like only 20-foot willows, right? Some of these are old pines, some of these are red, some of these there's a huge diversity of what you would consider to be the foliage here, right?
Yeah, in my mind, they weren't that big.
And 50 feet is fucking huge, right? That's massive.
I was saying that, but I was saying they're all dead trees.
Yeah, but they're not all like
Wouldn't
they're
we?
not all like fallen over half trees and shit like that. A dead tree can still be standing and just be a dead tree, right? There's not exactly like a huge anyways, so as you're floating and you're doing your thing, you're looking, you can see distantly like just a couple of shadows like floating around, not floating around, but like dodging between trees and shit here and there. But not like massing the army. You know what I mean? Nothing like that. You don't catch anything like that, at least. As far as the layout, it doesn't seem to change to your mind. So as you're floating up and you can see this exact layout, so on and so forth and whatnot, you're like, okay, yeah, this is simple. I get it. Like, very clearly this guy was either lying when he told you that it changes, or it just hasn't changed yet, or for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to be like, there's no active, like, it's not like things moving around like that.
Does everything kind of look copy paste the same, or are there areas that are more clear, or areas that are more run down?
With that intelligence check of you, like, so there's a thing in landscaping where you build in threes. You plant triangles, and that is to manipulate a pattern because your eye automatically looks for patterns. So if you
Straight
do it
lines,
at irregular patterns, it doesn't look like it was placed in a pattern. This looks like either there is no pattern and it's just a naturally occurring forest, or it's intentionally obscuring a pattern. And
here
also
there's
this
no-
labyrinth could be your father.
And here there's no, dark and light. There's no sun, moon, nighttime, daytime. It's always
It's-
just gray, right?
Pretty much overcast just before dusk. It's kind of like, when it snows really heavy, like when you're in a snowstorm, the sky still seems relatively light in the evening time, but it doesn't seem like you can't see the sun through a snowstorm. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. Like the whole sky looks like it's the same color. It's like that.
Since the echo can't really make out differences in anything, it's going to go past the boundary.
Into the forest?
Yeah.
Okay.
And once it goes about, I don't know, another 50 feet just straight out into the forest, it's gonna land.
Okay. So you land. Roll me a D100. What is its AC?
19.
Okay. One sec. Unbeknownst to you, just gonna drop this into this little map so that way I can use its ability. Okay, I believe that's the echo. That is the echo.
He does the Superman land.
Oh.
The break your knee and your hand at the same time.
Oh yeah.
But of course, he's an image, so it doesn't do or anything like that. He just
Right. Okay. And wait, how many times? Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. So, as you, what's up?
no.
Oh,
I said you can too.
So, the image that you're seeing when it lands, and I can only assume that it starts to like walk a little ways, or it walks in some sort of direction or whatever, right?
Yeah, it would look and see that it can't see anything and start walking.
From above in the tree like in the tree area, you would see these tendrils, just like they almost look like thick like rope of, as best as you could tell, it looks like rope of intestines, as it comes out and whips at you, and you dodge it, whip, and then that last one, and it cuts your vision as your echo is disintegrated. Like, not by the spell, but it, because he only has 1 HP, right?
Oh no, it doesn't have that yet. Okay, sorry, it doesn't have my next level, so it's only 18 AC right now.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I was wondering why it said it. I was wondering why it said it hit.
Yeah, the echo doesn't.
Because on my it hasn't gotten it yet.
Right.
Okay. Oh, okay. He just opens his eyes. And it's kind of, takes a deep breath. How many entrances are there to this place? Like, could anyone technically enter from any direction?
As far as you can tell, there's 8, like, actual entrances where it looks like it's a split in the trees that actually has like a path that leads out. There's 8 all the way around.
Okay. Fayte would go to the cabin.
Okay.
You go to the side of the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
And then go back into his trance phase seat.
Okay.
And he would take his greatsword and plant that in front of him.
Okay. So you're gonna stab your greatsword into the ground.
Yeah, in front of him, just kind of like looking at it, like it would be like it looked like kind of a block against like his center line.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone tried to like throw something at him from the forest, it would like hit the greatsword.
Yeah, if they were
before, so protecting his vitals essentially.
Yeah, from the front.
Yeah, and then he's going to enter a trance.
So you're gonna get some rest?
Yeah. As he's walking over to do this though, his disguised self starts coming off of him like raindrops.
It probably would have come off a long time ago, but yeah.
Yeah, I kept asking how much time has passed, but pretty much it just starts fading off of him. Okay. As he when he sits down, he's back to his old self.
Sweet.
And because he doesn't feel safe here, he doesn't want to waste any more magic.
All right.
So he's not recasting it. So he's just gonna be on the side of the house.
Get to your form, sit down, and you're gonna try to take a rest.
Yeah. So 4-hour trance.
Yep, you're gonna try to rest. Gotcha. All right, then. So, as you guys, and then Dan, I'll clear up the identification here in just a second, but we're gonna end this with Fortis. And then we'll clear up the identification of what exactly you get, because I got the list. Fortis.
Hit me.
Dude, they're giving you the time of your life. You got this Grimtooth fella. You've got Tribute. They're like, hey, you want to go to the bar?
I'm just thinking about Zoolander, the orgy scene, like spinning in a circle.
Yeah.
Oh god. Okay. we're at the bar, and I'm just chugging drinks left and right again.
Oh, perfect. Make me a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
You feed. Ugh. 8.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a Dexterity saving throw at disadvantage because you are heavily intoxicated. And please make me a Wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Can't even drop the bone. Oh, 9.
Dude, they fix you up right. Tribute's like, we don't even need anybody else. Let's go for a night on the town. Who knows? We might even meet a couple of people that we're really ready to get freaky with. Grimtooth is like, I really think that we should probably head back to our party. At least a little bit to touch base before we... And then Tribute goes, please, you know how powerful they are. They're probably fine.
We can always do it later on. Why waste time for the future instead of doing it now?
Instead, why don't we do a little bit of this? And he pulls out this little tiny bag. It looks like a little mini Crown Royal drawstring bag. And he goes, well, you ready to fly? And he looks to you, Fortis.
And I was like, fine, I'm already in the air. Let's do it.
Perfect. So you see him take out this little tiny spoon and he starts sniffing this powder. This powder looks like electric pink.
Shit.
And he goes, just a little toot, and he puts it up to your nose. And you sniff it.
Fortis
No,
just goes,
Yeah.
oh,
With your Constitution saving throw, you're now in the passenger seat of your night. As you go, and instantly you see from behind him this explosion of like tetracolor or technicolor, right? This and it becomes this like rotating rainbow spectrum of like fog, and you hear him go, hey, why don't we go have a little bit of fun? As he like, and you see his hands just blue flame, and he's like, all right, first one's on me. And you see he flicks his little, like, because I forgot to tell you, he has this massive sapphire in his head.
Okay.
And he flicks it, and you can hear this boing, and your eyes close, and you wake up, and it's like the Prodigy Smack My Bitch Up music video. You like full first person as you're just fucking going upstairs, and you see that you've got like, make me an Arcana or religion check real quick. As you're being led up the stairs of a totally different building.
15.
You look up and you see you're being led up these stairs by what's called a succubus. It's this like, think of like a demon lady, right? Horns, luscious black hair, huge swollen mammaries, a straight dumpy in the back with this big spade tail that comes off, and you're actually holding on to her tail. And then you see another tail underneath that tail where her butt cheeks come together, and you're like, she's like, don't worry, honey, I'm gonna treat you right. You might even get to keep your soul with a package like that. And you close your eyes, you wake up, and there's like an old dude in a bed next to you, like, but she's still in the bed, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? Tribute comes in, fucking kills her, like just cuts her straight in half. It's like, dude, we gotta get out of here, they're coming. And then like you see he just grabs you and he touches his amulet, and you see you and him just go right back into this like full-blown fear and loathing. You're walking down the street and everything is like triplicate blur, as you see in front of you, it's your friend, the rock gnome, but you can't fucking understand him. And you go to pick him up and you put him under your arm, and all you hear is ah, as your eyes close again. And
He's
next thing you
speaking
know,
Animal Crossing.
yeah, basically. Your eyes close again, and you open up, and you're standing atop what looks like it should be like like a like a like a tower. Looks like a big steeple top. As you're like, rah, and you're holding your little rock gnome friend by his pants. Rah, as you see down below these blue flames go, and you see tribute. I'll stop him. I'm the hero you deserve. And then next thing you know, you are looking over. Your friend Morgana is clutching onto your friend Hugo, and you are riding on the back of a giant eagle that is like blue and hairless with these two horns that stick out. And Grimtooth looks back and goes, "You shouldn't have taken it. This is a spiral downwards. It's not gonna end well for you, my friend. Stop." And as he goes, "Stop," like he melts. And that's where we fade to black. That's gonna be the end of tonight. As
Awesome.
Fortis trips fucking balls.
Cue the music for
Take
Tug
Wolf
the
was
Trick.
drinking one.
So before we actually like end the video, Calamar, your enchantment was a 2nd level enchantment spell, Crown of Madness. Your evocation spell, where did it go? No. One sec. I fucking click over the tab and the goddamn whole list fucking stops. Your evocation spell was a 1st level evocation spell called, which is Caustic Brew. So Tasha's Caustic Brew. Because you didn't really have much in the way of acid. And then you had Vitriolic Sphere and you had Disintegrate.
Yep, that's it.
So you now have identified all of those spells within this spell book. Also,
So it must have been a conjuration spell scroll that I picked up, or did I just mishear the
conjuration? I didn't do any conjuration.
Okay. That makes sense.
Because this was all relatively like lower level with, and then you had Disintegrate. And Vitriolic Sphere, I think, was like a 4th or whatever. So, let's see here. That was that. Also, you get a little tiny map.
To me?
Yeah, as you're flipping through this book and you're looking at these spells again, this was also his journal, don't forget.
Yeah.
And he was once a Mind Flayer. Because in Alhoun was a Mind Flayer Arcanist that attempted to become a Lich and failed, thus becoming somewhere in between undead and otherwise, and also able to do magic. What you find is you find a map that gives you a location that you are actually very close to. And it has a little picture, like the rough sketch of what you have shows, from your best guess, there's a little cave at the bottom of this little map. And then as it goes, you see it just sort of articulates a little bit of a mountain range, and you're putting together that's the path up the mountain. Then it articulates a mountain range that kind of curves what you can consider like northward based off of your unnatural amount of knowledge of this place with the legend lore whole like deal, right? You're in a forest. Just to the south of your forest was a place that someone called a chasm. There's a picture of a hole. If we all jump over to the Deadwood map, you see Pain. You see the forest above. You guys are in the forest above Pain. Right below that, there's this big, huge hole, right, in the ground. Where you know that hole is, based off of your legend lore like knowledge, there's a little picture. I'm just going to draw it right on the map here real quick. And it looks like this. What does it look like to you?
A little house.
That's what's on.
House. Oh, interesting.
So, that's what you get from looking at his journal. And there might be more, but this is with your downtime activita. If you still wanted to give yourself the long rest that you're likely going to be seeking, you really push yourself up to the limit of that and any further, and you're going to experience your exhaustion.
Yep. No, I want the long rest.
I will, however, need Fayte to make me a Constitution saving throw. Because you don't need much rest, right? You only need 4 hours of trance. And even with that, you're kind of aware, kind of not aware, if I'm not mistaken. Cool.
Yeah.
What
He's
you
not
would,
asleep, he's just kind of occupied.
what you would recognize is at the end of your 4, you're sleeping outside. Well, you're trancing outside, sitting up, not doing the normal things that you would need to do, like be in a comfortable space to actually get a comfortable amount of rest.
Armor.
He doesn't wear armor, but he's wearing.
Right.
But just like how if you guys tried to just go outside and lay down outside and get some rest, it's not going to be comfortable. So you can feel that happening. You are able, luckily still, to be aware enough to evade the oncoming set of exhaustion from not putting yourself ideally. Like, have you ever in D&D, ever in your life, tried to just have your character sleep on the ground outside? No, you've always had a bedroll. You've always had to get like actual rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you've had to make yourself comfortable.
Yeah.
But luckily for you, Constitution saving throw passes. You don't gain your level of exhaustion from that. So I'll let you look into that. But that's how that goes.
Okay.
Sweet. Rabe, I'm going to assume that you've tidied your place up to the point where you are like, this will suffice, and you go and you sit yourself into your recliner, because joke's on you, that high back leather couch or leather chair reclines out flat. There you go. Bob is indeed your uncle. Elsewhere in the world, I don't understand why you keep bothering me. Leave me alone, man. I don't know who you think I am. I'm not a good person. No, you're definitely a good person. I know. We traveled together. We fought together. You taught me a lot. Look, kid, I don't know who you think you're talking to. I don't even know how the hell you found me. If you would, perhaps when you crossed over, perhaps this was another one of your episodes. All I know is that for Cindy Boy here, there is no reason why he should be here. Cinder, are you telling me that the Raven Queen brought you here too? No, you don't understand. He brought me here. And that's the end of that.